Thanks. Yeah, cycling can be a mess. The cycling deck is too good. But draft is self-balancing. So hopefully by this point, sometimes when you go for cycling, you end up with a train wreck because a lot of people are going for it. Sometimes you end up with a medium deck because a lot of people are going for it and you don't have that much access to it. So I agree cycling is overpowered. The cycling enablers, the cycling deck, is definitely overpowered in Ikoria. It's definitely the best archetype, but it's not a secret. It's been written about, it's been talked about, it's been drafted, every pro is touting it. So hopefully the self-balancing aspect of draft will kick in there. Okay, so let's take a look at this pack. Dire Tactics is incredibly good removal, but it's a black-white gold card. Trumpeting Gnar is not as good as Dire Tactics, but it's more of a blue or green card than a blue and green card, so it's a good card to first pick because you can play it in pretty much any blue or green deck. When we get to the commons, there's two of the good commons, Ram Through and Essence Scatter, but I think those cards are worse than Trumpeting Gnar, and I think Trumpeting Gnar being blue or green makes it a pretty clear pick out of this pack. Dire Tactics could easily be better than Trumpeting Gnar, it probably is, but the difference between a black-white gold card and a card that's blue or green is night and day in terms of your likelihood of playing it, so I think this is a pretty clear Trumpeting Gnar. Okay, and this is going to be an even clearer second pick. No LSV, we're not going to take Boon of the Wishgiver. We're going to take Auspicious Starix, which I've called the second best uncommon in the set. Now, to be fair, I think the first best uncommon in the set, Zenith Flare, is basically a mythic rare and top 5, maybe 10 card in the set, whereas Starix is very close to the third uncommon, the fourth uncommon. Starix is good, it's not broken, it's not a mythic uncommon. The way the format plays, Starix is another good uncommon, like Shore Shark and some of the other top uncommons. Boon is a good card. The fact that it cycles for 1 means you can toss it into any deck, but it's just not of the power level of Starix. Thank you, Last Wiki. Appreciate the subscription. I don't consider signals much. I consider them a very small amount if it's an extremely close pick. If everybody drafted the hard way, I would consider them more. But most people, I think, just really try and play their first, second pick really, aggressively. So I don't worry that much about what I'm passing. I mean, look, sometimes there's just a blatantly clear signal, right? You might open a pack that has, Vivian and Zenith Flare, and if you pass the person Zenith Flare or Vivian second pick, they're probably going to try and play that card. It's a broken card, right? So, I mean, sometimes you consider it more than others. When I'm passing Essence Scatters and Ram Throughs, I don't think about it at all. I just assume that they'll take those cards if they were the same color as their first pick, and they'll take some other common if it was. Okay, of course, we're going to take another Starix here. Fox is one of the uncommons that's also after Zenith Flare in those top 5 uncommons in the set, right up there with Starix and Shore Shark and the other uncommons that I really like. I might take Fox over Starix, pick one, pack one. I might take Starix over Fox, depending on how much cycling I think is going to be drafted on any given day. But following up Trumpeting Gnar Starix, of course we're taking another Starix. The pick is close, pack one, pick one, between Starix and Fox. It's not close, pick 3 after a Trumpeting Gnar and a Starix. We'll try and draft Blue-Green Mutate, or just Green Anything Mutate. We could just as easily draft Green-Black Mutate, or whatever. Okay, so here, I think this is a pretty clear Frostlinks. Frostlinks isn't a card I love, but it's good in the Mutate deck, because it gives you a body to mutate onto while tapping something down. Snare Tactician is not good in the Mutate deck. Even if we were to go into White-Green, we wouldn't be able to mutate onto it, and we wouldn't have that many cyclers. I mean, Cloud Piercer and Rockslide are probably a little better than Frostlinks. Well, they're definitely a little better than Frostlinks. Red-Green is still an option, but I don't think we're really missing that much. Poacher's fine. I like the card, but again, it's a human. You can't mutate onto it. We do want to look towards blue-green if we can. We're certainly not forcing it. If that was a Blood Curdle, I would certainly take it. But even if it was a Boot Nipper, I might have took it over Frostlinks. But Poacher is just not an exciting card in this deck. So it's disappointing to see a Save Thundermane 5th pick pack 1. This is kind of what I'm talking about. This should just never happen. Cycling's the best deck in the format. That's not a secret. That's not to say everyone should force cycling. Cycling should have 3 players per draft, in my opinion. Red-white cycling, there should be 3 copies of it every draft. So the people who play it should be the people who open Fox, who open Thundermane, etc., etc. You shouldn't see Thundermane's 5th in pack 1. That said, Capture Sphere is good removal. Like I said, it's an overperformer in this format. We're looking to draft blue-green. You have to prioritize removal even higher in blue-green than you do when you're, say, black or red, because blue and green only have access to a limited amount of removal. I love Capture Sphere. I think one of the things that overperforms the most in this format is instant speed on conditional removal. Because you need to kill big things, and you need to do it at instant speed to interact with Mutate. Alright, this pack doesn't really have good cards in any color. I don't like this enchantment. There might be some kind of a weird deck you can build around it, but it's not a deck full of power cards. We already have 2 Starks and a Gnar, and we're in 5 picks in a pack 1, so we're not that worried about closing or late game power. So I think we're just going to take one of the 3 drops that you can mutate onto, the Goriak and the Mole. The Mole, you could take either one of these based on synergies. Like, if you had Vigilance synergies, you would take the Goriak. If you had Trample synergies, you would take the Mole. If you have Graveyard synergies, you would take the Mole. I think we're more likely to want the Vigilance, because we might put a 6/6 on it and then be able to attack and block with it. It's really impossible to guess that correctly this early in the draft. It's a close pick between 2 close cards. Okay, I don't think we're going to look at Aerial Ultimatum. It's good if you're Abzan, but even if we did switch to, like, Soul Tie, it would be pretty hard to have double white. We have a lot of good blue stuff. We're not really just looking to drop. We could turn blue into a splash. It wouldn't shock me if I ended up playing green, black, splash, blue, or something like that. Just a light blue splash where we drop Frostlinks, we play Capture Sphere and Trumpeting Gnar. But we're not going to be able to play an Abzan deck. So now we can take Of One Mind. There are some good humans, like Naturalist, that you can play it with in blue-green. We can take Deadweight, particularly light Deadweight. I'm going to take Dismal Blackwater, because if we do end up wanting to play green-black or blue-green splash-black, Backwater is actually the card we're going to want the most. If we pick up Cavern Whisper or Blood Curdle, like if we switch to green-black and splash blue, we're going to need the black-blue duel. If we just splash black into our green-blue deck for like Cavern Whisper and Blood Curdle and stuff, we're going to need the Dismal Backwater. So I think that's the right pick. Sandworm is fine. I'm not against Sandworm, but at this point we already have double Starix, so I'm not worried about late-game power level. Okay, Easy Gust for win here. It's a fine card. So that's going to solidify us with blue as a main color. If we're getting the second best blue common, maybe even the best one, Capture Sphere and Scatter are pretty close in my opinion. They both overperform in the format. But if we're tabling at 9th, we're seeing blue. So with Gust of Wind 8th, Essence Scatter 9th, we're not going to play green, black, splash blue. Even if we see black and more in pack 2, we expect to see blue again in pack 3. We may splash black. It's very nice to splash a Blood Curdle and a Cavern Whisper into a blue-green mutate deck. So we very well may play blue-green, splash black or something. But we're not going to not play blue as a main color when we're getting Essence Scatter 9th pick, roughly tied as the best blue common. How are we on flash stuff? We got 1 Capture Sphere. I don't think we're going to miss a boar. We have all playables. We haven't had to switch colors this draft. So I'm going to grab the 2-mana 2/2 just in case we get more flash stuff. We need to open Karuga. We have, like, 1 2-mana card so far. Oh, or Starix number 3. So all we really need to do here is draft a bunch of Essence Symbiotes, Glimmerbells, Brushwags, just good targets for Mutate. I mean, at this point, we are getting a lot of power, and our early Mutate targets aren't great. Look, we have the 3 drops. Lynx is good to mutate onto. Goriak is good to mutate onto. Gnar is good to mutate onto. You just cast this for 3 mana, and then when you mutate onto it, you get an extra 3/3. But we really need those Essence Symbiotes. We really need those Brushwags. We're going to take 3rd Starix here, but we really need the good mutate targets. Yes, Baby Godzilla would be fantastic. I didn't name it because it's an uncommon, not a common, but Baby Godzilla would probably be better than any of those cards I named for us. So now let's see. We can take the Mythos. It's not hard to do a very light red splash, even though we don't have any fixing or any ways to do it yet. We still have the rest of the draft to grab Farfinder, green-red, and blue-red duels. There's a lot of ways in this format. Fertilid, to do just a 1 mountain, one or 2 red source, very light splash. We do have 2 moles. We could definitely consider Mentor with all our 6/6s and moles. Or we could take Farfinder. With how good we are power level-wise and wanting to make land drops up to 6 for Starix, I think we can rule out Harsh Mentor, Hornbash Mentor. Hornbash Mentor is a good card for a deck, but it's a distant third. Mythos is really powerful, though. We can copy a Starix and then fight something. Farfinder is exactly what we need to hit those land drops and then to have a good target to mutate onto. I think I got to go Farfinder over Mythos, even though it's kind of painful for me. Yeah, this is the first draft. So we don't actually have a splash color yet. So we could splash white for Skycat Sovereign. We did get Farfinder right there. We still have a pack and a half to prioritize white fixing. Otherwise, what would we take? Glimmerbell? I don't think Cavern Whisperer on the splash is offering us enough, even though we have backwater. So I think there's a pick between Skycat Sovereign, which is pretty broken, Neutralize, which is a good blue card, or Glimmerbell. I think Neutralize is better than Glimmerbell most of the time, but given we have 1/2 drop and all his power, I think we would take Glimmerbell over Neutralize here for sure. So really, I think it's a pick between Glimmerbell and Skycat Sovereign. While I like Skycat Sovereign off the splash, it's a power card. We don't need power. Oops, I want Glimmerbell, not Hampering Snare. You got to take a look at our deck and see how much power we have. We have 3 Auspicious Starix. We just don't need a power card. That said, that's why we made the safe pick there of Glimmerbell, so that we could take over Skycat Sovereign for more power off the splash. Because even though we don't need power, Kogla's broken. Kogla's an S-tier rare. So, I mean, we're not going to take Brushwag over Kogla here. But that's why we take Glimmerbell over Skycat Sovereign on the splash. Because we already have good power. We needed the nice, safe early game card. And now we're going to take this massive power S-tier rare here. So now we got to decide between Brushwag and Otter. Traditionally, I would take Otter, but given how much power we have, how many 3s we have, and how little 2s we have, I think I actually just want the Brushwag. I just want something in play to mutate these 6/6s onto. And especially when they're going to be big cards like Starix's, which are 6/6s, giving them trample is really nice. So now we'll pick up a Brushwag. So now we have to decide between Farfinder and Mentor. They're both excellent. Doesn't look that likely we're going to splash at this point. How is Mentor in our deck? Do we have things to give that are already flying that'll get pumped in addition to the thing we give flying to? Just 1 Glimmerbell, though we would play more. I think with Kogla at 6 mana and 3 Starixes, Farfinder's just offering us more. Also, the second Farfinder means we know we can do a light splash if we want to. See, I'm known for my greed, but I also know when to adjust. Our power level is through the roof. We have Kogla and 3 Auspicious Starix, and we're only in pack 2. That's incredible. Capture Sphere is better than Symbiote, but not when we have 3 Starix and Trumpeting Gnar and Kogla. We just need these little cheap enablers now to gain us life and to come out and be useful, and then we'll win the game with all this power. Similarly, I mean, not as extreme, but similarly, there's times I would take Heron over Naturalist, times I would take Naturalist over Heron. When we have 3 Starix and Kogla, it's Naturalist over Heron. Okay, I'll grab a green-black duel, so we're really well positioned for a black splash if we want now. We have 2 Farfinders, Backwater, and Hollow. We're not going to force a black splash, but should we go on to Open Blood Curdle or any good black cards, like this Cavern Whisper, if we want to splash it, it's almost free. I took the Bond. We don't have the Mentors yet. With just 1 Naturalist, there's no way I would play it. But if we do get blue or green Mentors, I could easily see us playing it. The way I view Survivor's Bond is you're always getting back a non-human. So if you have like 3 or 4 good humans to get back, you're going to get back 2 creatures a lot of the time. If you get back 1 creature, it's a bad card. If you get back 2 creatures, it's a really good card. Whatever, these cards don't matter. This deck is sweet. Nothing exciting for us here. Nothing wrong with first picking Essence Scatter. Like I said, roughly tied for best blue common with Capture Sphere. Not a good first pick, not a horrible one. Seems like crystal clear. Even if we knew we were going to splash black, Hemophage is fine, Whisper's fine. They're not close to Scatter, so. Definitely weaker silver. Skill drafters take the best cards. Okay, again, there's some fine cards for us, nothing exciting. If this was a Blood Curdle, I might take it, even over a solid green card like Mentor or a solid blue card like these, because our Black Splash is practically free. And I do kind of want to splash Cavern Whisper if we end up with enough little mutate targets. This is one of my overperformers. I like Cavern Whisper a lot. But this is double black, so we can't splash it. So there's no reason to be taking it over Mentor or Frostlinks or Gust, all of which are fine for our deck. As far as Trample, we've got the Brushwag. We've got a Mole. We have a second Mole we could very easily play. We could just cut the Goriak if we want to. I think Mentor looks the best to me. Also, if we're able to lock up another couple good humans, then we can make a good use out of one or two of these Survivors Bond. We now have Naturalist and Mentor. Farfinders have Vigilance. We have two of those at 3. I'll assume that I'll play Mole over Goriak since we just picked up Mentor. So now we have a difficult pick, I think, between Charge and Brushwag. This is a pick that I would not have thought about a month ago, but at the end of the day, I still think Charge is a good card, but Brushwag is kind of exactly what we want. It has good synergy with Mentor, and it's a great thing to mutate onto. But that said, Charge is good removal. We don't have a ton of removal. So I think it's a close pick. I think with 3 Starks and Kogla, I think we do want Charge here. Charge is an underperformer, but it's an underperformer from looking like a broken first pickable removal spell. It's still solid removal for an almost all creature deck like this. But I agree, it's an underperformer from what I would have first thought. Credit to Voxy for nailing that one early. Okay, I think we're going to take the Wolf Bear here. We currently have 1 Naturalist, 1 Mentor to pump. We're going to try and take another human or 2 early if we can. It's that or Fertilid. Fertilid is actually pretty good for us, though. Put the Starks on it, you get an 8/8. I don't really love Heatbonder. You can't mutate onto it. It gains like 1 or 2 life a turn for a 3-mana 2/4. That's just not a very good card. Like, I'm not saying it's unplayable. I just don't think it's exciting. Wolf Bear or Fertilid, though, I think it's Wolf Bear. We have plenty of 3s. There's definitely times I would take Fertilid over Wolf Bear. In a deck like this, I think it's a close pick. I think it's a valid question. But we have plenty of 3s. We have a couple early humans. I just think that the 4-mana 4/4 is offering us a little more. Similarly, there's times I would take Ivy Elemental over Brushwag. This is just like, hey, do you want the power card or do you want the enabler? But as you know, we're loaded up on power. We also really want Trample because we have 3 6/6s with Mutate to put on a little Trampler. And we have Mentor to pump Tramplers. So Brushwag is just excellent for us. I actually don't agree with somebody in the chat who just said Ivy's better to mutate onto. Even though the creature will be bigger on an Ivy Elemental than a Brushwag, you invest more mana to get it out, and then Trample is really valuable on big creatures. I don't need a 6/6 to be a 10/10. I need it to have Trample. Okay, none of these black cards are good for the splash. We're still only on 2 humans, right? So I don't think we're going to end up playing of 1 Mind, but it's pretty much over nothing. And if we do spike 1 more Naturalist late, 1 more Mentor late, we could get 3 or 4. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. We'll certainly be taking them aggressively, knowing we have the Wolf Bear, Survivors, Bonds, and of 1 Mind. So we will try and take good humans pretty aggressively from here on out. Whether or not we'll happen to see them when there's only a few of them at common, I have no idea. So we clearly have like enough playables. I mean, we're going to play like 16 lands probably in this deck with Naturalists and 2 Farfinders, but I think there's playables in the board. Don't forget these duels aren't helping us, so I think a blue-green duel on color makes sense over third mole. We do already have 1 Bristling Boar for the sideboard, but now that we picked up 2 Brushwags, are we really going to play a turtle? I doubt it. I mean, I guess splashing Rock Slide is not out of the question if we want to do that. At least off the sideboard, if we really need to kill something. Again, there's already a Goriak in the board. There's Cavern Whisperer, which I don't think we're going to end up splashing. I don't really think we are going to use any of these in particular. Guess the pick doesn't matter much. Pretty easy Gust of Wind here. Even though we didn't get more flyers, so Gust is not fantastic in our deck. Still a fine card. I don't see us splashing black now. It's the end of the draft. We never saw that Blood Curdle or the good black on common or anything. So now I'm going to grab Mole over virtually nothing. Still a little better than a Goriak in our deck. I don't see myself playing Honey Mammoth, but who knows? These cards shouldn't matter. So I think it's going to be 16 lands. Even though we have this late game, we also have Naturalist, which adds mana, Farfinders, which search out lands. So let's assume we cut one island. Well, then that's just the right amount of playables. Let's take a look at our sideboard really quickly. We didn't end up with enough good humans to want Survivor's Bond, unfortunately. I was hoping to take them pretty aggressively in Pack 3. We just didn't see more Mentors or Naturalists. Even though we only have 3 2-drop creatures, we do have 2 Scatters, which can function as 2-drops as well, so that's fine. I would gladly play this if we had other flash cards that we really wanted to lower the cast of, but we only have 1 Capture Sphere. That's it. Kind of just looks right to me. 3 Excavation Mole is neither too many nor too few in the sense that it doesn't get better or worse in multiples. It's just another 3-drop. I like Trample when we might mutate 6/6s on it, and I like Trample with Hornbash Mentor. I would gladly cut a mole for something better. I don't think having 3... Like, we're not going to deck ourselves because we have 3 moles. If we mill 6 cards, and then we don't draw any extra cards other than that, that's decking on turn 27. Like, I'm not worried about 3 moles, as in we're going to mill ourselves. That's not a problem. I don't think they get better or worse in multiples. I think they're medium fine playables in this deck. Nothing special. Starix Mill's like a card, right? It's not like you exile a bunch of stuff and then lose them. I mean, I guess you do lose non-permanents. But how many non-permanents do we have? 2, 3, 4, 5 in our whole deck? So we might mill 1 card or something. I think you're way too worried about the decking. I don't think the decking is a thing. You don't lose cards. You just change what you're going to draw randomly. Unless you were going to deck yourself, it doesn't matter that you milled 3 cards. We don't have tutor effects. Like, we're not costing ourselves value if we mill 3 cards unless we deck ourselves. If we don't deck ourselves, it's completely irrelevant. We don't have any graveyard synergy, so it's not benefiting us. But it's not hurting us either unless we deck ourselves. It's just completely and totally irrelevant. This is basically 3 mana, 3/3 trample, no ability in this deck. What if 3 non-Starixes land in the graveyard and then we have a higher chance to draw Starix after that? That's a wash. I wanted to do the Survivor's Bond, but we just didn't really get any more humans at all. We literally have 2 humans in the whole deck. One Mentor and 1 Naturalist. And Naturalist is not even a great late-game human to bring back. I was really going to take them aggressively. I mean, I guess if we wanted to, we could cut, like, 1 Mole and 1 Gust or something and get, like, Nightbonder in. This card's not good, but we could leave up Scatter Mana since it has Flash, and then Flash in Nightbonder when they don't play anything, and then counter something if they do. And that would give us another human to use with, like, a Survivor's Bond. I do like the idea of Survivor's Bond with 3 Starks and a Kogla. We do have good creatures to buy back. And Mole putting cards in the graveyard. I could see that. I'm not in any way worried about the triple Mole thing, but I am kind of incentivized to get in the 3rd human so that I could play, like, maybe 1 Survivor's Bond. Well, I don't want the humans back, but remember, this gets back a human and a non-human. So the key is the human back is, like, bonus. We'd be playing this card to get back Kogla or Starix, and then or Gnar, and then we would just get back 1 human by default. Farfinders are not human, they're foxes. No, I know Scatter doesn't get reduced. That's not what I meant. What I meant by this card has flash, what I meant was you're going to leave your 2 mana up on their turn because it's an instant. And then if they play something, you can spend your mana on scatter. And if they don't, then you can flash out the Nightbonder. I did sort of misspeak, but I know how that works. That's not what I meant. If I wanted to play, what I would do is play 1 Survivor's Bond and 1 Nightbonder. I would cut like 1 Mole and like 1 Gust, probably. Not saying that's right or wrong. I think it's close. I don't think this is much of a difference. But we don't have a ton of 2s, so I could see getting the Nightbonder in. And I do think it being a human means we can get it back with the Bond for free when we're getting back Starks and Koglas. I do like that with the Moles and the Survivor's Bond, we now get to have Kogla more often, and Kogla's totally broken. Because if we draw Survivor's Bond, if we mill 3 to 6 cards, that gives us the ability to draw Kogla more often. I think it's close. I don't think this is much better or much worse. We also have the Wolf Bear, so this can turn the Nightbonder into a 4/4. We do have some substantial human synergy. That's why I was really hoping to see some more humans in Pack 3. Alright, I'll do it like this. Right. Kogla also returns humans for indestructible, plus we have the Wolf Bear to turn humans into 4/4s. I'm down for this. I think the 2 mana 2/2 blue, double blue flash creature is pretty medium, super medium. But we're cutting a Mole and a second Gust, which are also medium. Can't keep this 1-lander on the play. This hand looks fine. So what are we going to put back? Can't put back our 1 and our 2, I don't think. Probably the Mole, I guess. Because then our 3 gets land 4, and then we have our power card. Pretty much has to be the Mole. I don't think we can put back Scatter, because we might get stuck on 2. And if we get stuck on 2, being able to scatter their first creature could buy us a turn or 2 to draw lands. If I knew we were never going to get stuck on lands, like if I knew we were going to have land 3, turn 3, I might consider putting back Scatter. But remember, we might not have land 3, turn 3, and then Scatter could buy us a lot of time, potentially. Okay, this trade is kind of ugly, but I'm going to make it. We're never sinking mana into Brushwag. All I'm trying to do now is slow them down. I mean, if we draw a land, remember, if we draw 1 land, Farfinder gets another. We're not that far from Star X. We've got plenty to do. So, for now, just trying to slow down the opponent. They do not have an Obosh in the companion slot. Not going to scatter a 1-power creature. I'll scatter most things, but that's just too small. So, what do we want to do now? Frostlings is okay, and then we could charge any real creature they play. They almost certainly have removal in hand. We know that they took, like, good cards because they got rid of Extinction Event, and they're not casting anything. So the assumption would be they're holding Blood Curdle, Pacifism, whatever. I'd kind of rather link something better later, but at the same time, we do have Charge and Scatter. I also don't want to have to miss any land drops, though, and I do want to kind of control when I tap out. Plus, I'm playing something into their open removal mana, so I think Farfinder makes more sense here. We also have the ability to play Mentor, and if they kill that, that gives us the human and non-human in the yard, which is kind of nice. Well, this is going to be a really hard hit. I don't know if we can survive now or not. I know that we have charge for that as well as Frostlinks. So if we kill this, we take 2, we go to 4, we take 2, we go to 2. Then we die to the Scorpion if we ever kill it. So I think this turn I'm going to Frostlinks it. I think we're pretty much dead. Their play was actually good. I guess the idea being Snapdax, there would have been a creature for them to hit, so maybe it wasn't good, but ultimately they got me in range, and so they needed to remove the blocker. If they were already holding Snapdax, then yeah, Dire Tactics was kind of a waste. But they might have top-decked Snapdax. And we'll see what happens. We're pretty close to dead, but not completely if they don't have anything. And we do have Capture Sphere. That would be a really good draw if we top deck that. Definitely going to block Scorpion. We kind of got to deal with it. The cat replaces itself. So it's pretty bad. We can't double spell here. I can charge off Snapdax. Frostlinks blocks Rescuer. I take 2 and go to 1. Oh no, I die because this is a Scorpion, so I can't do that. So I guess I just have to play a creature. Yeah, I don't have any heals. I do have a Capture Sphere, so that's the real hope. And a Symbiote. So I do have the ability to gain life, potentially. So we're probably going to lose, but we're not dead on board, right? Okay, well, that'll do it. Well, at least they showed us that. Yeah, we could Capture Sphere away Snapdax, and then it stays tapped. We never take the 2. We also had a Gust. We could, like, bounce it, potentially. I'm not saying that was going to work, but potentially. And then we also had Symbiote, which could gain us life. So I don't feel like we had no outs. I do feel like our chances were quite bad. Okay, nothing we saw really changed anything. I mean, Keepsake's good if they have expensive removal. It can be good against Black-White. But the only removal we saw was Dire Tactics and Extinction Event. And since it doesn't work against Extinction Event, that seems pretty bad. So let's just get back to the game, and hopefully we'll draw lands this time. Well, another perfect hand to lose with. There's no way on the play we're going to mulligan 2 lands, Symbiote, and then Farfinder. Just hopefully we'll draw 1 land in the first 2 draw steps. As you can see, thanks to Untapped, we're 42% to draw a land. So our odds of drawing a land in 2 cards, I believe that's somewhere around 60%. The odds of hitting one of 2 40%ers. Hooray! Hey, Mana Screw happens to everybody. That's why Magic is best of 3, like at the tournament level generally, not best of 1. Even though I hate trying to race a lifelinker, we're trying to win on power with all our Star X's and Kogla. We're not trying to win based on damage, really. So we definitely don't double block. We can just take the hit, attack back, play a 6/6, or wait a turn and mutate this, depending on if we draw anything else to do. And we didn't draw anything else to do, so I'm just going to cast it. If their removal doesn't exile, we can always get it back with Survivor's Bond. If they have Dire Tactics, they at least take 6. It's decent. And remember, our deck's loaded. We're only playing 16 lands. We've got 2 more Star X's and a Kogla in there. Hopefully we'll draw some good stuff. Okay, it doesn't seem like there's any decisions. We're going to attack with Starix. If they double block, cool. If they take it, cool. This is the first draft. Got started a little late, around 3:20. This is the first draft of 3. We're going to do 3. Not doing ads and chats tonight or anything, but we're definitely just going to do 3 drafts. The usual programming. Alright, that's a little annoying, but it goes back to a 3-3 after this turn. So, it'll keep flying, but I can certainly race a 3-3 flyer if I draw some spells. If I draw no spells, I might lose, but Brushwag is a powerhouse right now. 2 Starixes, Kogla. Plenty of good ammo in this deck. For now, I see no reason to trade Symbiote for Sergeant. So we'll just hit with our Starix. Which one is Vanguard? I'm not the best with names. Well, now we've got problems. Big problems. Now we got a top deck Capture Sphere, Starix, Kogla. We got to draw stuff soon. That's a really fast clock, and they're gaining 6 a turn, so we're not winning. And, are we dead? I think we're just dead now. Well, that was ugly. Combination of Screw plus Flood. I mean, look, we have 10 lands. And also Snapdax both games. Not the best. On to the next. That's what I always say. Vanguard is the 1/1 that searches for more. I think you're talking about Whisper Squad then. In which case, I love Whisper Squad in human decks. Get it out of our system now. This deck's beautiful. Let's get these next 2 matches. So I think we want to play the Nightbonder here. Symbiote's better with all the Mutate in the late game. I'd rather trade off a 2/2 with basically no abilities in our deck early. Just depends on what you're playing them over. There's not really a too many or too few. Sometimes if I have 2, I'll play them. Sometimes I won't. If I have 6, I might play all 6. I might only play 4. I mean, it just depends on what they're replacing. And if you only have 2 to 3 ways to use them, you said 2 to 3 human synergies, but I mean, Mutual Destruction is a really good way to use them as well. Even like Deadeye is a pretty good way to use them because you can just chump block a 5/5 and then Deadeye it. So, I mean, it really depends on how much synergy you have for 1-mana 1/1s. Everything, Jandal. But specifically, low power level, good removal, grindy mechanics. Everything that's right with Magic. Yeah, so Kabuto Moth was widely considered the best common in the set, and that tells you that it's a good format. It's a 3-mana 1/2 flyer that taps to give +1/+2 to a creature. And that was the best common. Think about that. like, that's not that powerful of a card. It was a very low power format. That's why I love it so much. Alright, I'm going to bounce the mana producer here. It also blocks 2/2s pretty well, and Spell Eater Wolverine's nowhere near getting turned on. Red-green is not going to turn it on that quickly or easily in general. They can now either trade with my 2/2 or take 4 and hit back for 3. I think this is a race we're in pretty good position to win. I think Jit was actually in the second set. It wasn't even in Champions. But yeah, Jit was totally disgusting. But I mean, that's just one rare. Thank you, PJ Fillinger, appreciate the subscription. Alright, Kogla should be bigger than whatever else they do, so we'll just Capture Sphere that and keep beating down. Well, actually, now I might want a Farfinder, because that ensures Capture Sphere next turn. Like, if I drew a land, I would definitely have no problem with spending Capture Sphere on the 3-4, and then I have Kogla for next turn. But now, if I don't Farfinder, I have to top deck a land to play my Broken Rare. If I do, I'm guaranteed to play it. So let's attack with the Brushwag. Obviously, if they want to keep me off Farfinder by chump blocking with a 3-4, they're more than welcome to do that. And of course, they're not going to do that. And then we'll just go Farfinder up an island. It's not great on Gremlin, that's true. Maybe I don't really want to Capture Sphere. Good point. I mean, I still think it would have probably been right if I didn't draw... Like, if I had drawn a land. But if I drew something else to do, then I should probably do almost anything else. Because it is a Blister Gremlin. I mean, look. They're green-red. They probably don't have that many spells. But they can also untap it, like, once and then block with it. So I agree we should certainly not be itching to Capture Sphere or Blister Gremlin. Okay, so now, like we talked about, we kind of want to Capture Sphere the next big creature, not the Gremlin anyway. So this seems easy. Smash the 3-4. We don't really have an attack, but we couldn't attack pre-combat. They could, like, double block the Brushwag. It wouldn't be great for us. We just get our 7-6 out, clear their biggest creature. Next turn, we can Capture Sphere whatever they play, and then smash them with the Kogla. Or if they don't play anything good, we can attack with Brushwag, Nightbonder, Kogla, whatever. Kogla's a total powerhouse. This is an S-tier Broken Rare. Like a top... I don't know what it's top in a set. Top 20 for sure. Maybe it's around 10th. I mean, it's obviously not as good as Vivian or some things like that. But it's bigger than everything. It's hard to block if you have humans. Kills a creature when it comes right into play, so it guarantees you that 2-for-1 even if they have removal in their hand. Assuming you can play it when they're tapped. Or their removal is an instant speed. I'm a big fan of Kogla. Yeah, we have no mana now. If they go land Rock Slide, they can kill Kogla. But then we can attack with Brushwag, and then we have Capture Sphere for the next thing. And we already killed a big creature of theirs. We already got that 2-for-1. Okay, so if not for Kogla, I would normally trade Nightbonder for Fertilid. Nightbonder has almost no ability in our deck. But I don't actually want to do that, because it's my only human. So I think what I'm going to do is Capture Sphere Ivy Elemental, because it only costs 3. And then we still have 4 up, so we can attack with Brushwag and Kogla. They can't block Brushwag, or we'll pump it and eat the Fertilid for free. They can't, I mean, they can block Kogla, but we'll just eat it. So this looks good. So like I said, normally I would send Nightbonder, but I don't actually want to trade my only human for Fertilid, since my human is protecting Kogla. If they want to make me tap my mana by sacrificing a Fertilid here, by chump blocking Brushwag, they're more than welcome to do that. If they chump Kogla here, I'm not going to pump Brushwag. For 2 mana, I can return a human to my hand and give it indestructible. Rock Slide is common. They're on 5 lands. They could very easily be holding Rock Slide, and they're only 1 land away from killing Kogla. Again, if they wanted to chump block Brushwag, I'd pump it. They would take 7, 8, 9 points of damage. And then they could draw land, Rock Slide, Kogla, and then the Fertilid's gone, Brushwag's still out, life's good enough. But if they're going to chump block Kogla, I'm not going to pump just to deal them 3 damage. I'll leave my mana up to protect Kogla with Nightbonder, because Nightbonder's human. Why would I want to... Oh, you're saying I could have attacked with Nightbonder if they blocked it, I could bounce it? But that's just being cute, right? Like, I wasn't really... I guess I get in 2 extra damage if they were going to chump Kogla. I didn't really think they were going to chump Kogla. Like, I'm pretty happy with that chump block. I do plan to play the Arena Open this weekend, yes. Alright, so what happens if I Frost Links the Ceratops? Now I can send the Nightbonder because it's just a 1-3. I can send the Brushwag. Seems good to me. Same as last time. If they block the Night Bonder, they just bounce and I won't pump the Brushwag. If they block the Brushwag, I'll pump it. They'll take like 10, and then if they untap and Rock Slide the Kogla, I'll still have the Brushwag. They'll have no board, so. Okay, so we're up against a red-green creature deck. Don't really see much of a reason to change much. We didn't even see that Rock Slide we kept talking about. Doesn't seem like there's much to do sideboard-wise, because all we saw was a few random creatures last game. Unfortunately, it's not limited. It's standard. Standard best of one. But it is a sweet tournament. You should definitely consider checking it out. Hey Gopas Rukoi, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate the support. Yeah, bounce is good against the Pyro. We could certainly consider the second Gust if we see more auras or things like that. I have no idea when I would play yet. I haven't been playing a ton of Standard. I like Jeskai Cycling Control. It's a deck I've been kind of working on, but I don't necessarily have the list good enough yet. I think it holds potential. It's really good against Jeskai Luka. So that's kind of tempting, but I'm really just not sure yet at all. Thank you, Sensei Silo. Appreciate the subscription. I have no information to give you, but let Watsy know, Schlump, because you know I'm with you. I would love to see limited tournaments on Arena. Arena's the best, Limited's the best, tournaments are great. Let's combine all these awesome things, shall we? I am still sort of a freelance writer at the moment. I am under no exclusivity with Channel Fireball, but I am writing a column, just like limited strategy stuff for them. So check that out if you want. CFB Pro is really cheap. It's $10, but you get $10 credit back, so it's basically free. You're just committing to buying $10 worth of cards from them a month. And then you get access to all the great writers, not just me writing some limited stuff for them, but, you know, Reed Duke and Huey and LSV, Mengucci, Martin Yuza. Like, they have a great lineup. 3 Starks and a Kogla. No, that's a good point, original name. I didn't even think about the fact that it helps cast the Night Bonder. It's basically a forest that works towards double black on turn 2. We do have 1 blue-green duel, and we are playing 16 lands because we have 2 Farfinder. So there is a cost to the second tap land, but it is close, and I didn't even think about it. I'm glad you pointed that out. Seems pretty close to me. Are Europeans not able to order cards from CFB? Like, all countries in Europe? I assumed that, like, the laws were different everywhere, but that, the EU countries or whatever would be able to order from CFB. Well, again, I'm not involved in the business side. I mean, you know, I'm a writer, I'm a sponsored player, not at the moment, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not involved in the card sales. I don't know the laws, I don't know the costs or any of that. But that surprises me. I'm an American, so I didn't know that. But I would have just assumed that Europeans, like from main countries that don't have, you know, explicit laws or whatever, would be able to order cards from American card companies. I mean, why wouldn't you be able to? Have to pay a little extra shipping or whatever, maybe, but I didn't assume you just couldn't order cards from them. Alright, so do we want to do anything about this Fertilid? No, I believe you, obviously. I'm not in business, you know, like, I don't make and ship anything overseas. Like, I mean, look, I have no idea, no real knowledge here. I believe you. But, yeah, I just wouldn't have predicted that. Sorry to hear that. They do have a $5 option where you don't get credit. Maybe that's why they offer both options. Because obviously every Magic player spends $10 a month on Magic. So it makes sense to take the $10 for 10 credit option rather than the $5 and no credit option. But if you can't do anything with the credit, they do offer a $5 option where you don't get any credit, so you can just spend $5 a month then. Still not as good a deal, of course, as spending 10 and getting 10 credit, but, I mean, I can't really do anything about that. I'm sure CFB wishes they could sell to Europeans if they're not, so, I mean, it's probably something complex with laws and costs and things that I don't understand because I'm not in business. Definitely believe y'all. I'm just saying I know nothing about this. I mean, I follow politics, but macroeconomics are so complicated. Like, as far as stuff like trade wars and tariffs and taxes and stuff, that stuff's all so far above my head. I try not to hold opinions on stuff like that. It's like, I have no idea what's right and wrong and what's best. I'm sure that, there's people with degrees in economics who have good ideas on that. And maybe during ads and chats, if somebody wants to talk about it sometime, I'm all ears. But, I'm an expert in cards. I read, I pay attention to the world. I have my opinions, but macroeconomics are like the most complicated thing on earth. Okay, so we got that match pretty comfortably after the tough draws round 1. Let's see if we can get a 2-1 with a really good deck. Remember, look, it's fun to trophy drafts, and these drafts aren't that tough. I do trophy a lot of them, but 2-1 is certainly the most likely record for me in one of these three-person drafts. I've been running pretty hot lately in one of these 3-round drafts, but I'm always going to be... The mode is going to be 2-1 for me. I'm going to 2-1 more of these than I'm going to 3-0. This deck is quite good. It's not a deck I would have been surprised to get a 3-0 with, but I'm never unhappy with a 2-1. So that's Death Touch. Do I want to trade the Mole for it? I have bigger and better things, so part of me kind of wants to, but I also might be able to slip this Night Bonder into play and trade that off for it. So I'm not sure. The only upside to attacking right now is that I get in the 2 points of trample damage. Like, I'm not going to block if they attack, not with the Mole. I might block with the Nightbender. I don't think it's really a good trade. I'm not worried about them mutating onto it. I've got Scatters. If they don't play anything, I might just Capture Sphere at end of turn. It is a Death Toucher, and then I can start attacking. I don't really need to save Capture Sphere for a better creature when I have double Scatter. So I like not attacking. If they attack, I'll just take it. And then end of their turn, I can flash out Sphere on it if they don't play anything. I can scatter something if they do. I don't really want to ambush with Nightbonder because then I'm going to use 2 mana this turn instead of 4. But I'm happy to Capture Sphere the Boot Nipper if they don't give me something better to Essence Scatter or Capture Sphere right now. And then when I hit 5 lands, I'll have access to Nightbonder and Mentor. Thank you, Not Also. Appreciate that subscription. I don't know how the match is going to go. I mean, the colors don't mean that much in Limited. It's a lot more about the cards in the opponent's deck, which I don't know anything about yet. Yeah, if I had triple blue, I would almost certainly Nightbonder and then have Scatter up. But now I'm just going to wait until end of turn here. The question is end of turn, do we want to Scatter or Nightbonder? I think I'm just going to Capture Sphere here. I mean Sphere or Nightbonder, not Scatter. I don't mind spearing this 2-drop. If they didn't add anything better to the board, there's not like flash 4-mana creatures that I'm scared of. Now we'll get to on tap. We have double Scatter up. So even if they do play Deadeye here, we can Scatter it and still have another Scatter up. If they take it, we can pass the turn. End of their turn, we can Nightbonder if they don't give us something to scatter. We can play the actual reason we put Nightbonder in this deck now. Kind of a flash creature with counters is good synergy. And then we're only 1 land away from playing the Mentor. Okay, obviously I'm not going to scatter that. We're only 1 land away from playing the Mentor with Scatter Up. 2 land away from playing the Wolf Bear with Scatter Up. I mean, these cards are pretty cheap. So, gonna chill in the ever-favorable position of land is a decent draw because it means we can scatter and play things. Spells are decent draws because they're spells. I'm playing this game kind of slow, as you may have noticed. The reason for that is because I have double scatter. I don't want to let them resolve some good things, and then I lose the game with the scatters in my hand. I'm perfectly happy to play this game slow. We're currently 1-1. This is game 1, round 3, draft 1. Might not counter that. Do I really care if they turn that into a 3-4? They already have 5 lands. I think we can let that resolve. I would counter like any decent creature because I have a lot to spend my mana on for the rest of the game. But I have to assume land 6 isn't doing a lot for them. I guess they're working towards the Sultai ultimatum. And like I said, now we can play a 3-drop. We can only give trample to a creature that already has it, so that's not super useful. But if I get to trade off the Mentor, they kill it. That gives me a human that's good to buy back, along with Starix. If they don't, it can grow the Brushwag. I've got a 4-4 here that can grow the Nightbonder into a 4-4. I think life's looking pretty good to play it the slow way here. We have Scatter for any really good creature now. If they play small creatures, then they're not going to stop our board. Because they hate me, Spanky? No, I'm just kidding. Look, I mean, they want to push Arena. It's a new great program. I respect that Arena is a new great program. I wish things were historic and limited, standard and limited. I do not like seeing limited left off. Now that we have human pod drafts on Arena, limited should be included like it always has been. Limited is one of the main ways people get into Magic. It's one of the main ways people who don't play a ton play Magic because they don't keep up a standard collection. Anytime they're running less limited, let them know you're unhappy about that. I mean, you know what side of that debate I'm on, so... Okay, I don't think we want to miss a turn of mentoring here. We can attack. They can't block because we'll pay the 4 and pump it. After they don't block, we'll pay the 3 and mentor it, and then we'll play Naturalist. Tweet at them. Tweet at Magic Esports. Tweet at the Wizards account, the Magic Esports account in particular if it's tournaments. Say, hey, we like your tournaments, we respect you, but give us more limited. We want to see more limited. Let them know, you know what I mean? I mean, I tweet about it like every couple weeks, and yeah, I mean, look, I have a large following, they hear me, but let them know, you know what I mean? You don't have to tell me, I'm with you. I wish that every tournament was all limited, which they're never going to do, but if they know that there's a large outpouring of support for limited, we're definitely a lot more likely to get, some limited. So, you don't have to let me know, let WotC know. I'm on your side. I literally tweet every couple weeks about how much I wish there was more limited. Clearly, we're going to discard Wolf Bear here. We can always get it back, or Starix, and then also we have a couple humans out. So 2 to get back stuff still leaves us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana, so we could cast Starix, but we can't mutate it. Right now, we can attack with Brushwag. They have no block. We can mentor it, but then that's it. We're not casting anything. But I think that's the right play this turn. I can hold the land as protection in case they mutate onto the Whisperer. They don't have a block on the Brushwag at the moment. If they attack with the Whisperer, then we have all our creatures free to attack. Well, they have something, I guess. We're going to find out what. Okay, whatever. So they destroyed the Brushwag. Not great, not horrible. I have 3 humans in play, so I'm not going to play Survivor's Bond until one of the humans dies. Yeah, the opponent's name is good. I didn't see it until you pointed it out, chat. But Crying Wizard's an excellent screen name. No real decisions here. We could certainly spend a lot of mana on any given turn. I'm going to hold 1 land as Cavern Whisperer protection, but they probably don't have that much mutate, nor that much mutate incentive to put on this Cavern Whisperer. So, I'll just hold 1 land. I'm certainly not going to hold 2. Thanks, Burning Lotus. No Red Bull today. I had 2 cups of coffee in the morning. Since the quarantining, I've been brewing my own cold brew. So I just always have it in the fridge now. Whereas before, I used to go out for Starbucks most days. So the Red Bull would be if I didn't go to Starbucks, then I would grab Red Bulls from the fridge. Okay, I don't care if they blow me out with removal or whatever. I almost want them to kill my humans so I can buy them back. So let's double block here, I think. And then, do we chump block a 7/7? We probably will end up doing that, but we can get in for one with Vigilance. We can always do it later. I don't think we're in a rush to do it right now. The cold brew process is just brew. I mean, I never knew how easy it was. You really don't do anything. You just literally have like a filter or whatever, and you fill it with water and fill the filter with coffee, ground coffee, and then 12 to 24 hours later, you have cold brew. I'm not much of a cook, but I never realized it was that easy. You really do almost nothing. Okay, so if we Survivor's Bond now, we can get back Hornbash Mentor and Starix, and then that's 2 mana. Do we have enough mana to then mutate Starix on Farfinder? Looks like we don't. We're 1 mana short. So this turn, we'll get them back, and we'll Frostlinks down the big one. And this is totally fine. We're not double spelling for 6 and 3 next turn anyway, so I'll hold the island to protect me. And I'll double block on the Cavern Whisperer because I don't care about the 2/2/2s now. Trade it for that 4/4 if they attack with it. I know it's a Coil Bug, they can get it back, but a 2/2 isn't scary. A 4/4 Menace needs to be dealt with. And then we can slap Starix on our Farfinder if they didn't top deck anything this turn to mess us up. Why didn't I block the 2/2 so I could play it this turn? I'm not sure what you're suggesting. I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just not sure what you're suggesting. Okay, let's Starix. Hopefully we'll get something decent. Otherwise we may have to take a hit for 7. But 2 isn't 0. I'm willing to take that risk. I don't know my win rate for these best of 3s. It's pretty good. These drafts are not ranked. They're somewhat soft. I think I am probably around 2-1. Probably over, but much closer to 2-1 than 3-0, obviously. Like, you know, I would guess I have something like a 70% match win rate in these, but I really don't know the answer to that. But it does seem like a lot of days we go 7-2 and 9-0 and stuff and 8-1. And on the bad days, it's usually like 5-3. It's not like it's 3-5. So my guess would be somewhere around 70%, but I don't actually know the answer. I've never logged into the Untapped site. You can't see it just by like clicking deck or whatever here. I'm sure there's a way to pull it up on there. But I really have no idea. I played the land because we don't know how much mana we're going to use, because Starix puts the permanents into play untapped. So let's say we draw a land, and I Starix on one of the Starix, and I get 2 more permanents. I might hit another land, and then cast Hornbash Mentor. Plus the Cavern Whisperer's dead. So they'd have to have top decked the Cavern Whisperer to make me discard. The reason I was holding the land before more was because they had a Cavern Whisperer in play. No, if they attack, I'm going to double block. I mean, if they have a pump spell and I take it, I'm dead. If they have a removal spell, it's bad for me, but it's bad for me either way. I'm not going to take 7 to attack back when the life totals are 15 to 9. If they attack, I double block. If they don't have anything, it's a good trade. I have 2 more nice creatures in my hand. If they have removal, good beats. Okay, so now, what can we do? Just mutate onto the already mutated one for maximum Starix, I guess. Seems better than casting it. We should get a bunch of stuff here. This is basically a Storm deck at this point. So we don't have any humans, but if I fight off the Ivy Elemental, the Kogla dies, but then I can attack with both 6/6s. So that might be right. But I can also just fight off Parcel Beast, play Mentor on one of the Starixes, and then next turn I can attack with a threatening 7/7 Starix and a Kogla. So, I mean, it's close. Fight Parcel Beast or fight Ivy Elemental is definitely a close choice. think I'm just going to fight Parcel Beast. Remember, Mentor gives Kagla Indestructible. So next turn, I can attack with, like, the Starix, the one that's less mutated, pumping it to a 7/7 to trade with Ivy Elemental. And they can't even trade Ivy Elemental for Kagla, because I can bounce Mentor with it. And then also, I can bounce Mentor and start giving Trample to other things. Kagla Mentor is a pretty sick combo, so I don't really want to throw away Kagla, especially when there was a good target to Kagla. Like, if they had just Coilbug and Ivy Elemental, I might have said, okay, whatever. I'll fight the Ivy Elemental so I can attack with the 2 6/6s. But Parcel Beast taps to draw extra cards. I'm pretty happy to Kagla away the Parcel Beast. I guess I could have given the Kagla Trample, but my logic was the Starix needs to grow by +1/+1 so that it can attack into the Ivy Elemental. The Kagla's already big enough to attack into the Ivy Elemental, and they can't block Kagla or I'll just bounce the Horn Bash. So that was why I did exactly what I did. Okay, good beats. I'm not ecstatic, but it's fine. Now, let's just go ahead and bounce the Mentor creature. Then we can replay it, give Trample to the other Starix. So that, again, we can attack with that Starix next turn, force the trade with their only big creature. I'm going to play the Flyer. I could leave the 2 up to protect Kagla, but they're empty-handed. There's not that many ways to kill a 7/6. I'm not going to play around them top-decking removal this turn in 1 card. The Glimmer Mill doesn't add much to the board, but it's not an irrelevant. It starts poking them for 1 a turn in the air. But if they draw removal, I don't really care if they kill Kagla. I'm not sure if I'd rather them kill Kagla or the Starix if they draw removal. Remember, the Starix grows bigger than the Ivy Elemental fairly quickly, right? Well, nothing we can do about that. It's Exile, so having mana up wouldn't have helped us. Certainly I need to make this trade. Yeah, that was a really good top deck for them. So if I attack, 3 for 2 is kind of even at these life totals. But they could always block and just buy it back. They have their 5 up. I don't see a reason to attack. Okay, ram through into Extinction Event, into Emergent Ultimatum. These were a good set of draws by the opponent. Not gonna lie to you. Crying Wizard maybe is a name for their opponents, not for them, I guess. Well, those aren't super scary. 3/6 flyer. Guess it's kind of... Oh, no, this just comes into play, so they can't mutate onto it. So with that many lands, I'm going to put the Brushwag back in their deck. That's the scariest card, I think. And then they can have a 3/6 flyer or a Hexproof and a 2/3 reach to mutate onto. They cast them, but... They can't mutate the Recluse onto the Terran because it's not in play yet. So do we hold it or cast it? It's not really attacking or blocking on board. Let's see what else is left in our deck. We have Charge, so that's a decent reason to hold it. We have a Brushwag, which could be game-winning. We have a Mole. Didn't we use all 3 Star X's? I thought we did. I know I have 3, but it says that there's 1 left, but I thought we used all 3. Yeah, there's all 3. I think that's just a mistake on Good Game's part here. But we do have Charge left, and we do have Brushwag left. And I guess a Mole, which is kind of irrelevant. I think I'll hold it. It's not really attacker blocking on board. And if I draw Charge, I can pick off this 2-3. I mean, I'm going to lose the race to this 3-6 flyer pretty quickly. There's not really any way around that. But I'll play it next turn. But maybe if I draw Charge this turn, it matters. I don't know. At the very least, I guess, now I can mutate it onto the Farfinder. Get 2 3-3s instead of 1. I think I'm dead. I don't think I necessarily even really have outs for the 3-6 flyer. I have Charge, but holding Trump Ignar isn't going to help there. Yeah, I could see boarding in another Survivor's Bond. It is a grindy match. All our cards are pretty good, but we could take out something like a Mole. Although Mole and Survivor's Bond are pretty good synergy. I'll take a look at the whole deck. We can take out a Gust for Wind. It doesn't seem super useful. What are we really bouncing against them? Alright, take out this one. Even though, like, I'm not dead right now, that doesn't really even change much. I could double block it. I don't have any outs. So, they had some removal, right? I mean, we can't counter Extinction Event, but they had Ram Through and Blood Curdle, I think. Yeah, they did. They played a Blood Curdle. So I think I like Keep Safe. They have expensive power stuff galore. Convolute looks good. I don't think bouncing stuff is really useful against them. It's a super grindy matchup. It's not a tempo-y matchup. Thank you, Zhergosh. Appreciate the subscription. I don't actually think I want another Survivor's Bond. It's pretty situational in this deck. Yeah, I do agree, cut Bell or Mole. Those are like the cards I was looking at. I'm going to cut Bell. As we talked about, not an aggro matchup. I don't need it as a blocker against them. I'm not looking to poke them for 1 a turn. Yeah, Night Bonder's definitely cuttable too. That's a good point. It lines up pretty bad against Coilbug. Yeah, I don't think Survivor's Bond is that good. I agree it's a grindy matchup. That's why I like Keep Safe. But Extinction Event exiles, and they may go over the top of getting back creatures. I think the 1 is fine, but I don't think we're really looking to board in a bunch of Survivor's Bonds here. Yeah. I don't think I should have to mutate into a big flyer. I should just fight them over the board, I think. Yeah, I like to Keep Safe for the Blood Curdles that we saw. I think I'm also going to draw first. Both decks are kind of slow. I don't like this hand, but I'm not going to mull it. We're on the draw. We're only playing 16 lands. We use our lands fine. Like, if I have, like, an aggro deck full of 2s and 3s that I really don't want to hit land drops 5 and 6 with, then I'd mulligan a 5-lander. But with a deck like this, with 3 Starix, I'm just going to hope that I draw some spells when most of my deck is spells. I don't tilt because if it's not me playing bad, then it's out of my control, so why get mad? I also don't understand focusing on winning or losing when you're playing Magic. I believe you focus on the strategy, on the decisions. Winning and losing is just like a byproduct of playing the game. Like, the part of playing the game that matters is not the winning and losing, it's the playing the game. It's the making the decisions. So I charged Fertilid because they might have had, like, Cavern Whisper or something, and I didn't want to let them get a big creature going this early. 3/3 Trample looks better to me right now than a Farfinder. Next turn, we can play Cunning Night Bonder and Capture Sphere or Farfinder. So unfortunately, that's bigger than our creatures. So even if we Capture Sphere, they're going to draw extra cards. So I'm not sure if we Capture Sphere it. I think I'll wait one turn. For this turn, we can always Mole a Night Bonder and see what they do. So we milled 2 Brushwags and Kogla. It's pretty good stuff. I'm not super happy about this. This game's not really going great. This is odd, right? Casting cost of 1. So if they Extinction Event, it's not that bad. They kill our 2/3/3s and their 4/4. We do want to keep that card on our mind while we're playing this game. One thing I like is that if they're holding Ram Through or Blood Curdle, they may attack here, thinking if I double block, it's really bad for me. But I can flash in the Night Bonder and triple block, and then a removal spell doesn't do anything. And if they pass, then I think we will Capture Sphere so that we can attack with all our creatures. It's not great for me if they have Extinction Event, but if they're just holding Blood Curdles and Ram Throughs and stuff, I'm not dependent on any one creature. If they have Extinction Event, I lose the 2/3/3s and the 1/1, so that's bad. But, I mean, what are you going to do? Hopefully we'll top deck some Boom Booms. We don't have that many lands left in our deck. What is in play? 6, 8? So we have 8 lands left in the whole deck. Well, that's pretty annoying. So if I Alpha, I get in 6. But I'm not alphing out for lethal, so I don't think there's much of a reason to do that. They're drawing 2 cards a turn. We need to draw Starix. We need to draw... Well, we're not going to draw Kogla, but we are halfway through our deck because of the moles. And we do have all 3 Starixes. Yeah, pretty flooded. I mean, obviously not happy, but what are you going to do? Still have that survival bond. We have 3 Starixes. There's one of them. See if we can hit something good. Get going here. And I mean, this is a fine attack. Even though they can double block, if we trade off with the 3/6, that works out quite well for us, I think. Clears the way for the 3/3s and so on. And disagree, Eth Saver. We just happen to draw mostly lands. If we drew mostly spells, we'd be ecstatic we kept. I would almost never mold a hand like that in a deck like this. If I'm an aggro deck full of 2s and 3s, sure. But if I'm a deck with Kogla and 3 Starix, I'm not mulling a 5-lander. Just hopefully you'll... And I'm only playing 16 lands. No, I didn't see an Empathy in this draft, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, this opponent has a nice deck. We got a little flooded. Disappointing 1-2 with a good deck. Okay, so... Again, they have a lot of mana. I think we just shuffle the Brushwag back. Maybe it's the Mammoth. 4, 8. Brushwag's a 7/7. No, I guess I'd rather give them Brushwag than Mammoth. So we'll shuffle the Mammoth back in. This deck is great. Just didn't go our way in this draft. Get on to the next. I think it's highly unlikely we can come back. I agree. But I don't see a need to push concede just yet. We are at 20. I mean, what if we just rip really well, right? We have Survivor's Bond, so we can get back Kogla. We have 2 more Star X's. It's only a 16-card deck. Like I said, I don't like my chances, but Kogla could swing the board. Could draw Survivor's Bond into Star X. We could get Green Mentor Kogla going. I mean, again, I don't like my chances, but I think we're a few turns away from a concession. We are still at 20 also. Decking them is not stone impossible. It's not that likely, but it's not impossible. Okay, they have 2 Blood Curdles and a Ram Through, possibly. So I'm going to go for the triple block on the better creature here. 1 removal spell doesn't do anything. I mean, our 16-card library is pretty good. I'm not saying we're going to win. I think we're a massive underdog. But we have Survivor's Bomb, which gets back Kogla. We have 2 Starix. We have Scatter, and most of their good creatures are threats. I mean, most of their good threats are creatures that can be scattered. Again, I think we're a massive underdog, but grossly outdrawing them is a way to win. Decking them is a way to win. I don't think this game is 0%. No, I don't think they've used any of their Blood Curdles or their Extinction Event. They've used almost nothing. But we also have Keep Safe. So if we draw Keep Safe, then we can maybe get a blowout when they go for the Blood Curdle. We only have 1 Keep Safe, but I didn't see it. Oh yeah, we did mill it. You're right. Yeah, you're right. We milled that one. Got to assume they have 1 removal in hand. So I'm going to block 3/3 on 3/3 and double block this. I don't care if they use removal to kill one of these tiny creatures that's doing nothing otherwise. Looks like they're going to ram through. So they're pumping the Brushwag so they can get in all that extra trample damage. Oh, they didn't have that. Okay. Still pretty bad for us, but Survival Bond here. Get back Kogla, kill the Brushwag. Starks just as a 6/6 if they're not holding removal. It's not the end of the world. We're gonna lose to that Brushwag if we don't kill it. Which I do think we only have 1 out, Survivor Bond for Kogla. But that could work. How many mana do they have? Can they pump 3 times? Yes, they can. Life is not good. Looks like we're dead to me. They have 2 pumps left. This eats up 3 regardless of which one it blocks. Well, we can't block the Menace creature anyway. Yeah, just didn't draw enough stuff. It happens. We didn't have the ability to mutate the Starix. Naturalist is a human. I would also have mutated the Starix, hoping to hit something better, giving up the 1/3 body. But you can't mutate onto humans. Alright, let's get into the second draft. Hopefully it'll go better than the first, even though that deck was good. I was very happy with that deck. Sometimes I do best of one, sometimes I do best of three. Now that they're both reasonable, they're both human draft, the best of three is only 3 rounds, I'm pretty happy with both of them, to be honest. Free 500 gold in the store today? I'm down for that. Let me grab that before I forget. Good looking out, chat. I had no idea. That's a good shout out for everybody in the chat. Apparently today you can buy 550 gold for 50 gold, so there's a free 500 gold in the store. Thank you. Good looking out, whoever just said that. Upwind Sword, good looking out for me and everybody else in the chat. Go get free 500 gold. Never pass it up, right? What's up, Voxy? I love the change as well. I was very fed up with the 6-round best of 3. Now that it's 3-round, it's perfectly normal. It's fun. I'm pretty happy with a lot of the changes. I mean, there's some things I'm unhappy about, but Arena's definitely moving in the right direction. Human drafts, 3-round best of 3, tournaments. Would I like it to come around quicker? Sure. But as a whole, I'm pretty happy with the direction Arena's moving. Hit one of your daily quests, John Sanchez. Alright, so let's see. Chevelle is definitely the best card in this pack, but it is double color gold. Fire Prophecy would be the next card to consider. Well, or Sanctuary Lockdown, actually. Those 3 cards are all pretty interesting. I think Chevelle's really powerful, but it is a black-green gold card that you're not super looking to splash. Sanctuary Lockdown, if you draft around it, if you start with it, you can really prioritize all the little humans and play black-white human or like a cycling human deck. Fire Prophecy is just good in every deck and just a really excellent one-color card. I think it's any of those 3 here. Shovel, whatever. Yeah, I'll make myself smaller in a second. I think Fire Prophecy is the right pick, but it's a close pick between any of those 3 for sure. Okay, so now we can take Boon for red-blue spells, which is quite good with Fire Prophecy and kind of where Boon is at its best. That's a deck that has removal, and you can cycle sometimes to power up your Wolverines. We could take Raptor, which is certainly the best card in the pack. It is red and black, and you don't really do that much menace in this format, but it's a really good threat on its own, and red-black does have access to some menace. Could take Tactician. I know that's what Voxy wants us to take. Cycling is the best deck, and I am always looking for it, but I don't really look to go into it for a second pick Tactician, because I do think other people should be drafting it as well. I think Raptor is something we don't get to do that often, and red-black is a really good deck in this format. You can draft sack synergies with Poacher, and with the Steal a Creature, and with Mutual Destruction, as well as aggressive menace stuff. Kind of regret not taking Tactician now that there's Drannith Stinger here. It's not too late by any means, but Duskfang Mentor is excellent. You do have the 2-mana 2/1 Lifelink or Death Touch as just a standard lifelinker to auto-include in your deck. I do like that this pack has a lot of red cards to go with their Prophecy. I mean, it's certainly not too late to look at Stinger. The question is, do we want to take a good card like Duskfang Mentor? Like, if you pass me the same pack and Duskfang Mentor is unplayable, I'm definitely taking Stinger. I'm not trying to play black just because we got the Raptor. It's just Duskfang Mentor is a really nice card. I think the Mentor is just as good or better than Stinger, outside of Cycling being the best deck. Okay, Coilbug is excellent to be mentored onto. Excellent with Mutual Destruction, with Poacher. It's quite a good card in the red-black sack deck. This draft, we're just seeing good packs. I mean, we could have had a really good cycling deck. It's probably, if I had perfect information, what I would have drafted in the seat. Could have second pick Tactician, third pick Stinger, and then gotten this healer. But now there's still good stuff for us. Connection's good in the red-black sack deck. We don't have any sack synergy yet, But you do want to take Mutual Destructions and Poachers for this deck. Also, Forbidden Friendship is good in this deck. It gives you 2 different bodies to work with. And Night Squad Commando is good in this deck. You have 2 drops, and you're looking to get 2 bodies out of 3 mana anytime you can. I think I might like Forbidden Friendship here. 2 bodies for 2 mana, spell to feed Wolverines. It's a pretty solid card. So, Ceratops can be okay. I mean, this deck's going to have a decent amount of spells, a decent amount of creatures. It's not a great card in the deck. It's an okay curve topper. You do play a lot of different spells. Wisp can be good. We don't have any flash stuff. There's more blue flash stuff, I think, than red. I think Wisp is pretty much a blue, black, gold card. Not because you can't splash single blue into black, red, but because I don't think red has a lot of flash cards. I think I'm just going to take Ceratops as a curve topper for this deck. Poacher is excellent. Of course, there's a late healer. Red-white cycling is definitely a better deck for us in this seat. I mean, we went into black because we got a good black uncommon third, a good black rare second. But we could have had like 2 or 3 healers, a stinger, a tactician. But Howlbonder's another good menace creature. We're definitely seeing red, black, and white, basically. It feels like there's mutate being drafted around us. Nice Bonder. Is Bonder nice? It's okay. I don't think it really does much for us. I mean, I might take it, because there's nothing in this pack that I actually want. Yeah, Whisper Squad is good in this deck, but Poacher's just better. I don't know. I don't think these cards matter. Easy Coil Bug here. Thank you, Iximo Clem. Appreciate the subscription, whether or not I said your name right. Thank you for supporting my stream. Yeah, it's weird that the Sanctuary Wield, that was one of the best cards in the pack. Could have had a really nice red-white humans cycling deck. Like 2 or 3 healers, a stinger, the tactician, and then we would have gotten the Sanctuary Lockdown back. That's not to say our deck is bad. I mean, we have the Menace Uncommon and the Menace Rare. Red-black is definitely open. Coil Bug is excellent in red-black. Friendship's a nice spell with the Ceratops and Connection. Poacher to sack so far. Mutual Destructions will be great in this deck with the Connection and the double Coil Bug and the Friendship. We're well positioned for a good red-black sack. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry, that makes more sense. You were talking about the Sonorous Howlbonder, Voxy. Yeah. Yeah, this is a nice pickup for our deck. I mean, this card is not amazing. It makes your creatures pretty unblockable, but it's hard to have that many aggressive red-black menace creatures. But it's still it's a good card overall. Give lifelink to something, menace, and then they can't block it. Then you can't race lifelinkers. So there's nothing too exciting in this pack for basically anything. Charge is, like, as Voxy said, kind of overrated, kind of mediocre removal. Like, it's fine. You're not cutting it, but it's not great. This card is fancier than good. Again, you're usually going to play it, but it's not that good. Necropanther could be good. We did just pick up a black-white land we can toss in kind of for free. And then even if we're only mutating this, it can get back Raptor or Howlbonder. So that's pretty good. Or Mentor. This can get back a lot of nice creatures. So yeah, I do think the Necropanther is pretty good in our deck. We're going to try and prioritize spells. Black-red has access to lots of spells because black and red are like the 2 removal colors. So, I mean, with Tentative Connection, with Prophecy, Friendship, and then having double Ceratops, I do want to kind of draft a black-red spells, but I think Necropanther is the right pick there. Alright, so pretty easy Prophecy. Boneyard Lurker would be fine in this deck as a mutate, but we're, like I said, we're more interested in not flooding. We're more interested in spells to trigger the Ceratops. This is just an easy Prophecy. Prophecy by lots. Yeah, Lurker's fine, but Panther is more what we're looking for, and then Prophecy is just a lot better. I mean, the Panther pick, there wasn't anything great for us. Prophecy is just a good card. There's never too many bugs. Got this, like, pain in my left ear if you see me keep rubbing this. I hope I'm not getting an ear infection. Pretty prone to ear infections. Okay, let's see. Memory Leak isn't great. It's okay with the Wolverines because you can get a free spell in the yard for 1 mana and you do cast it sometimes. We don't have any Wolverines yet. It is a spell, though. You can cycle it away or you can cast it after a Ceratops. Solid card. Gremlin is okay with a bunch of spells in an aggro deck. Not great. It's decent to mutate onto, but we only have Necropanther here. This is a really sad second pick. I think it's Memory Leak, though. Or third pick. Now we got to decide between Forbidden Friendship and Porcuparrot. They can both be excellent. What do we have to put the Porcuparrot on? It's good on Coil Bugs. It's good on the Friendship. So that's 3. Yeah, that's kind of about it. I think we want to take the cheap spell creature right now. 2 bodies to sack to Poacher. To mutate onto with Necropanther. To mentor up on turn 3. I like Porcuparrot. I just don't... I think the right pick there was the safer pick, Friendship. Thanks, Lever Number. Appreciate the compliment as well as the support. Yeah, Boot Nipper would be excellent. Guess we'll grab second Hellbonder here. Now it's Farfinder and Poacher. I think Poacher's better for our deck. We've got all these 1/1s to sack, these Coil Bugs to sack, Tentative Connection. Poachers are excellent in red-black sack. Go for Blood, kind of similar to Memory Leak. Not great, but acceptable. Y'all know my number one. If you checked out my CFB Pro article, top 5 underperformers, I put Clash as number 1. I hate Clash. I hate this card. Whisper Squad would be fine in this deck. We're not going to play it with 1, but maybe we'll get another 1 or 2. Still only pack 2. Ozolith, we don't really have too much in the way of keyword counters, right? We don't have any Blood Curdles. We can give a lifelink counter, move that around. I think we'll just grab a Scorpion. Easy Coil Bug number 3 here. Not a card I mind at all getting a third of. Could have maybe considered that Regisaur. Since we're already looking at a slight white splash, very slight, and also we have pretty good targets with Coil Bugs and Friendships to pump our team. I don't think that card is very good. I don't even like it that much in red-white and stuff. Plus, like, the small pump to your team is just not that strong, and, like, mentoring a small creature onto something doesn't really work. The idea behind Mentor is you put out some small creature, and then you play a big haster by mentoring onto it. But we are trying to go wide, but then that's because we want to sack our creatures and stuff. So I don't know. I think that card's pretty bad, honestly. Okay, so now there's 2 cards to look at. The 2 removal spells, Blitz and Connection. I think they're both better than Boneyard Lurker for us. How many spells do we have for Blitz? 2 Friendships. Those go right to the yard. Go for Blood and Leak can be cycled. Tentative Connection. 2 Prophecies that dig up more. I think Connection is probably a little better in the stack, but we'll probably table it. Whereas Blitz, we almost certainly won't table. So I think we're going to take Blitz and hope to wheel the Connection. This pack kind of sucks for us, but I actually think the Triome's a decent pickup. Even though it's only really 1 color on, that's fine. Comes into play tapped Cycling Mountain, that's good. Remember the Cycle an Hour that, like, were lands that came into play tapped and cycled or whatever, and they were good cards? Yeah, it's cycling 3 instead of 2 or whatever, but I'm not against picking up a land with cycling. As long as it's 1 color on, I'm happy with these Triomes. I don't think we really wanted that 4-drop. We already have 2 Poacher, 2 Ceratops. Yeah, it could be pretty much unblockable with Menace, but we don't need that out of a 4-drop. So now we have to make a decision, I think, between Boot Nipper and Friendship. They're both pretty close and pretty good for us. Boot Nipper is nice with the lifelink, with the Mentor. Friendship's nice with double Ceratops. Bodies to sack to Poacher and to mutate onto, which we have Necropanther. I think it's pretty close. Kind of feel like with the Ceratops, I want the Friendship. I really need to prioritize spells pretty much whenever it's close. to make sure those Ceratops are good. But I think that was an extremely close pick. I definitely don't blame anyone for the Booty Nipper. Wow, we could have gotten this Rescuer. Red-White Cycling would have been substantially better than Red-Black. Like, we're seeing Red-Black, but our Red-White Cycling deck would have definitely been better. So we have a squad on the board. We could pick up second squad. I'm just not even sure that we need those squads. I mean, we can sack them to the Poachers, but we have a lot of 2-mana cards to spend our mana on. I think I just want a nice card like Blitzleech for this deck. A nice closer for grindy Red-Black. Now I'm going to grab Commando. Goes so well with these Forbidden Friendships and Coil Bugs. If you can trigger it consistently on turn 3, it's just a good card. Yeah, Weaponize would have been a really nice pickup. Memory Leak's just a mediocre spell that we're happy to get. Same thing with Coil Bug. There's that connection we thought we would table. We tabled that Tigerilla 2 anyway. So this is 28. So we're going to have to cut some cards. Pretty sure we're not going to play Rumbler. We don't need a first strike there. Could play definitely 16 lands. We have a couple of cycling spells. Maybe we can play 15, because we do have Prophecies and cycling spells. Like 8 Mountains, 7 Swamps might be doable. But if I'm going to be playing 15 or 16 land, I'm not going to play Blitzleech. We could cut a bug, but they're pretty good. We have the 2 Poachers. That's a pretty good engine. I mean, if we end up with enough playables without it, I could consider cutting the Ceratopses and then, like, some of the crappy spells, like the Leaks and the Gopher Bloods, because I didn't get any Wolverines. Let me see what it looks like if we cut all of that. Because we didn't get that many removal spells. Like, we have some. Oh, no, but we also have Blitz. So we want the spells to turn Blitz into a great 2-mana removal spell. Never mind. Blitz makes me want to do that synergy for sure. That's a good reason. So, yeah, I think we just cut the expensive creatures. Grind out wins with Coil Bugs and removal. Coil Bug and Prophecy has nice synergy, too. Kill a 5/5, buy back the bug. So this is 26. So I think we'll cut the Tigerilla. I know it has Menace, but I don't really care. Yeah, Wolverine would have been pretty nice in this deck. Gopher Blood can win a fight while pumping Ceratops pretty nicely. Might cut like a Howlbonder. Should have been a really nice pickup. We were going to prioritize Menace stuff. We just didn't really see any of it. I'm not going to play this many tap lands. I like a white source or two. We definitely might cast Necropanther. We're not going to always mutate it. But this is just too many tap lands just to have Necropanther. Cycling is more valuable. So we definitely can play 16. So we'll just cut a land. We want even-ish lands. So it should be 8/8 because we don't have any red-black duels. This is red, not black. This is black, not red. So 6, 7, 8. So we're on 1 swamp more right now. Now we're on 8/8. Looks fine to me. I mean, 16 lands, but these cycle for 1 mana. These cost 2 and dig up lands. Prophecy prevents flood or screw. Plenty of spells. Plenty of cheap creatures. Poacher and the bugs. Would have liked some mutual destructions. We certainly would have had a much better red-white cycling deck in the seat. I think that was the deck we were supposed to find. I think we drafted the second best deck available to us in the seat. In red-black. I think red-white cycling was where we were supposed to go, though. Connection does work with Menace. It's nice to make it cost 1, but we only have 2 connections. We don't have any mutual destructions. I'm going to play them in this deck, but I don't love them. Yeah, we could have had a bunch of stingers and healers and tacticians and lockdown or two and just like a pretty good red-white cycling deck. I mean, we don't know what we would have seen in Pack 2 if we had cut cycling in Pack 1. I mean, look, we never saw Zenith, Flare, Fox. We did see a Rescuer, though, which goes well with the lockdowns, and we would have had a lot of healers and stingers and stuff. So I definitely think the best deck we could have drafted in this seat would have been a red-white cycling. Okay, obviously we can't prophecy that. I'm not really in a rush. That's only hitting for 1. I'm going to pass a turn. If they play something good, I'll prophecy it if I can, because I don't want to fall too far behind. If they don't, I'll cycle the Triome. And then I already have land 4 for Ceratops. I agree, Genis. I love the design of Fire Prophecy. One of the best designs for Limited I've seen in a long time. It's up there with Witching Well and like Coil Bug and just some of the really sweet Limited cards. Okay, so we'll cycle our Triome. Most expensive card in our whole deck costs 4. We don't need more lands. Get our Ceratops out so we can start casting spells and not miss growing. No real decisions here. I'm glad to hear it, Voxy. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Triomes, even if they're just one color on. You just view them as it comes into play tap cycling land. That mitigates Mana Flood. Gives you value out of the land slot. Pretty big fan of taking them overall. Not like first pick. Like, if you're like a 3-color deck and it's your Triome, it can be a first pick because it's a mana fixer. But let's just say you're a red-black 2-color deck and you see a red or black Triome. It's like a 4th pick quality card. Solid playable to prevent Mana Flood. Nothing special, but a card I'm happy to take pretty aggressively. Okay, I don't really see any decisions here. No need to double Prophecy a 3-4 right now. We can hit them for 4 and then play Commando, and we just end up with tons of stuff out. Life's pretty good. See what they do next turn. I didn't keep Leech because it costs 6 and it's not a spell. So much of what our deck does is synergy. Spells with Ceratops, Sack Outlets, Poachers. I like Leech in this deck. It was just the card I had to cut, basically. I'm neither avoiding nor forcing cycling. I think it's the best deck, but I don't think that's a secret. If I'm seeing cycling, if I'm first picking Zenith, if I'm getting the good cycling stuff early, I'll play cycling. If other stuff is what is passed to me, I'll play other stuff. Definitely hold lands for Prophecy if we can, but I mean, it was too important to spend all 5 mana last turn. Literally playing the 2 mana card dealt 2 extra damage, the 1/1 haste and the pump on Ceratops, and then Commando with the trigger. So, I mean, there was no way I wasn't going to play land 5 last turn and spend 5 mana. Alright, similarly, we'll bottom what we bottom. I want to spend 6 mana. I have a 4-drop and a 2-drop to cast. So this is a kind of a race-type game. I'm not really worried about it. If I keep drawing spells to cast, I'll just cast them. If I draw lands, then I can bottom those with the prophecies. For now, I'm just going to put as much as I can in play every turn. Even if I end up double prophesying one big creature or something, that'll be 4, 6, 8, 10 damage in play. Don't mind if we do. We do them one at a time, so we can cycle whatever we drew, and then if we draw a land off the first one, we can cycle it. If we draw spells, we can keep it. So them doing nothing is kind of interesting. I mean, certainly they're holding something. Could be like a Voracious Great Shark or a Shark Typhoon or any of the sharks, really. They're all flash. Could have just like a Blood Curdle or something like that. I think we can just attack with everything. I mean, we have so many more creatures than them. If they block, like, Heron on one of the small creatures, okay, I'll just let the damage happen and then post-combat try and Prophecy the Heron. If they block it on the Ceratops, I'll go for a Prophecy first. If they use removal on the Ceratops, I'll just use the second Prophecy to finish off the Heron. If they have, like, a Leech or whatever, it's fine. I can Fire Prophecy the Leech, see what they minus. There's not even really any great targets for them to hit. Coilbug obviously recurs and... Okay, so there's no reason to let them block with the 5-2, I don't think. Cycle the Coilbug. Actually, maybe I'll just cycle the Poacher. Because this turn I'm going to probably play the other Prophecy on the Heron, and I can cast the Coilbug. So I'm going to cycle the Poacher. If you're saying why cycle anything, it's because I have the second Prophecy and I expect to play it right now on the Heron. So if I draw a land, I can cycle that away. So I want to dig up my best cards. With 1 mana up, I don't think there's any reason to wait till after damage. We miss a point that way. Thank you for subscribing, Quick Duck. Really appreciate your support. I do play best of 1 sometimes. But now that the best of 3 is 3 matches, I kind of prefer it. Yeah, I'm not too concerned if my creatures die. I just want to pressure the opponent. I can always recur stuff. There's not that many lands to draw. We just put one on the bottom, 7, so there's like 9 left. Poacher's one of my better cards. But adding to the board right now, I think, was more valuable. Necropanther bringing back Commando post-combat would be excellent. I don't think pre-combat, though, I want to play it. Maybe I do. If they Blood Curdle the 1-1, they have no good block. They have to, like, trade Coilbug for Otter and take 5. I miss out on a 1-1 if I bring back Commando pre-combat, though. Like, let's say I attack with all 4 of these. They, like, Blood Curdle the Ceratops. They take 3. It's kind of good for them. If I Necropanther the 1-1 here, they can't really Blood Curdle it, or they take, they have to deal with the Ceratops. And then I can attack with all 3, and a 3-3, they don't really have a good block with the Otter. They can just, like, eat a 1-1. I think it actually is correct to just pre-combat here. Thank you, ARGTS. Appreciate the subscription. Yeah, I prefer to have better opponents as well, but a lot of the people are pretty good. These drafts are not cheap, these best of 3s. So sometimes you do get a beginner or whatever, but a lot of the people are pretty good. Could be Shore Shark. But the idea here is they can only do 1 removal, and if they use it on this Necropanther, then they don't have it for Ceratops. So whether it's Shore Shark or Blood Curdle or whatever, I feel pretty good about the Necropanther pre-combat on a 1-1 because they couldn't really interact there. They kind of had to save their interaction for the Ceratops. Like now they can bounce Ceratops, but if they trade with the Panther, cool. If they want to eat Coilbug or a 1-1 token, cool. I agree, Ixo. Red-Black Sack is a cool archetype. Red-Black Aggro was kind of boring. I definitely agree with that. Red-Black, like, with the synergy and the sack and the recursion is pretty interesting. Some other MTG Limited streamers. Well, you got Voxy in the house. She's always drafting. Desi, Siggy, although I think he's been MIA for a little bit, people were saying. Numatanami streams, like, a lot of Cube and just drafts during the day. Legend VD is usually doing limited, occasionally not. He's about 80-20 on limited constructed. I think LSV and Gabby do a lot of cubing. Occasionally they're on doing like the current limited, but for the most part, if you want cube, they do a lot of limited cubing. Yeah, Caleb does a lot of cube at late night also. Okay, let's see. So they're at 2. This has lifelink, though, so if it's blocking, they're effectively at 6. So we're not really pressuring them this turn. We can attack with just the Panther. I don't really see how sending a 2-3 into a 4-3 lifelink is going to work out for us. If they trade the 4-3 lifelink for the Panther, that's a pretty good trade, so... They're probably going to Blood Curdle or something, but clearly we can attack with the Necropanther and find out what they have. Oh yeah, the Ham TV, Kyle Rose, only drafts for sure. And make sure you pay Deathsea for that, because I don't want to be a landlord. I don't want that money. I just want to draw the appropriate amount of lands. Okay, so I don't know what they're holding, but I think it's worth leaking. Pretty good stuff. Not sure what to take. Wasn't hoping to see 3 good interactive spells. Unlikely Aid might be the scariest of these. Because I can double block right now. No, I can't because they can grow it. I mean, I can play the Mentor, but I'm not even mentoring anything. Still probably going to have to do that. I'm not really scared of the Essence Scatter. I think it's between Unlikely Aid and Capture Sphere. I think Unlikely Aid's the one that'll mess me up when I block. I think that's the scariest. That's an Otter, so I really don't want to take hits from it. So now I can just play the Mentor. I can triple block if they attack. If they Capture Sphere, then I don't have a triple block, but then I can chump with a 1-1. It doesn't have Trample. And then I've got, like, Coil Bugs and Ceratops. See what I draw. This forces them to, if they want to attack, they have to play Capture Sphere. None of my creatures in play are that impressive. Yeah, I don't know why Menace matters. Oh, I can't single chump block, you're saying, yeah. If they Capture Sphere. But it's even worse if they have Unlikely Aid. Then I double block or triple block, and then they Unlikely Aid and just destroy me. So if I double block, they just grow it. I take them off a card, but that doesn't seem worth it. So this is a pretty bad situation. Yeah, they missed a little bit on Menace Matters. It's hard. Menace creatures can be really good and limited, so it's tough to print too many cheap Menace creatures. Okay, so they left Scatter up. They're going to grow into turn, grow on their turn, so they effectively have a 6-5. So that means I can triple block with Coil Bug, Commando, and the 1-1. We drew the land, so no real decisions here, I think. Let's just bring back the bug. Play the bug. If they want to scatter the bug, they're scattering a bug, which is recursive. If not, I have a triple block this turn at least. Yeah, the problem is the commons just aren't really there, the Menace commons. Like, Tigerilla and Blood Curdle are like... Blood Curdle's excellent removal, but you don't get that many of them. And then Tigerilla's not that good. Yeah, they just kind of missed on the Menace commons, I think. Like, the Sweet Black token, keyword token card, Boot Nipper, really cool card. Doesn't involve Menace, it's Death Touch or Lifelink. Yeah, Whisper is good. I guess I just didn't see any Whispers in this draft, right? I like Cavern Whisper a lot. That's on my overperformers list, little sneak preview. I guess we just didn't see any Cavern Whispers like this whole draft, pretty much. Hey, they didn't hit, but they still have another 6/6. So, do we want to recur Coil Bug and play it or play Ceratops? Seems better to use 7 mana than 4. Working our way towards double spelling. I doubt the difference between a 2-3 and a 2-2 particularly matters at the moment. You can never answer that, Floyd. It always depends on everything. Alright, I can't let them keep drawing extra cards with this Otter. Oh, but I don't have a choice. I have to block the 6/6 or I die. And oh, wait, but I can double block the Shore Shark, right? It can grow to a 5/4. So this double block, if they don't have anything, that works. And then 1/1 on 6/6 works. I lose both, and they still have a 6/6 out. But at the end of the day, if they don't have anything, this does work. Trade off with this, stop them from drawing their extra cards, and chump the 6/6 like I have to do. Thanks, Crips. Appreciate that subscription. Okay, so I can go Ceratops plus Memory Leak if I want to. Then I'm just chump blocking with the Ceratops. My other option is buy back Coilbug, chump with Coilbug. If I'm going to chump with the Ceratops anyway, I can Memory Leak first. This way I can at least take removal or counters out of their hand. I'm only falling further behind, but I don't really know how I win this game. We do have Blitz. Oh, it's gone. It got milled by Gyruda. That card came to mind as a way to deal with a 6/6 now that we're in the late game. Well, rather than concede to save time, I think I'm going to just Memory Leak them and then play Ceratops. Well, now we're just dead. Whichever one of those we took. If they're only holding one and the other one was a land, I mean, if they attack, they're not looting. We're not taking that much damage. We're falling further behind, but maybe we had outs. All we have to do is stop 1 6/6. Plus we have recurring Coilbugs. Obviously, we're dead now that they have both of those. This was a really good game, though. Kind of our strategy of playing our cards aggressively and playing them to 2. I think we would have pressured and swarmed them out. The Mentor with the lifelink is what beat us. It's kind of hard to predict that. Alright, so they have multiple Essence Scatters, Capture Sphere. We definitely want cheap threats, not expensive ones. We definitely want to try and go under them for the most part. Which is what our deck is positioned to do. So, yeah. I don't think we're changing anything. Thanks for that subscription, Floyd. Appreciate the support. Facet Reader was already on the underperformers list, so you know it ain't going to be on the overperformer list. There are a lot of grindy formats where Facet Reader would be an awesome card. Like in Theros, that card would have been ridiculous with the mechanic escape. In M20, that card would have been awesome. Sit around killing things and looting skeletons and looting lands. Well, thank you for using it on my stream. I appreciate it. I'm in no way against Twitch Prime subs. I appreciate all the support for my stream. Thank you, Lord Droke. Appreciate the support. I mean, I'm an Amazon member as well, so, I mean, you know, I use my Twitch Prime sub as well, and, you know, with so many great streamers out there, you can only use it on one person a month, so it's a great compliment, so I really appreciate the support. Thank you, AK Tank. And as everybody knows, streaming is wonderful, but at current Magic numbers, it doesn't make a fortune. So I do really appreciate all the support for my stream. Thank you, little mini sub-train that you started there, Floyd, Lord Rogue, AK Tank, and Andrew Marinko. Really appreciate all the support. Facet Reader would be broken with Madness. It would be very good with Escape. It would just be very good in any super grindy format full of removal and small creatures like M20. But it's really just not that good in this format. Look, it's playable. When I say a card is an underperformer, that doesn't mean it's unplayable. It means there are a lot of formats where Facet Reader would be the best blue common or the second best blue common behind like the removal, and it would be a good card. In this format, it's fine. Thank you, Pay to Win, coming in there late on that sub-train. Really appreciate the support. Look what you started, Floyd. But thank you, Pay to Win. Really appreciate the subscription. That is gas. What do I do about a hype train? Whoa, Jose Canseco. Thank you for subbing as well, keeping the sub train going. Also, thank you for entertaining me during your long baseball career. Very much appreciated. I'm going to play the Friendship here into their open Essence Scatter mana. Hey, TPO, keeping it going. Thank you, TPO, for generously gifting out a sub. And thank you to my friend Dan, gifting out 5 subs. continuing his never-ending string of generosity, making 35 gifted out in the channel. Looks like that hype train was hit. I don't know what any of this means, but I do know that I really appreciate everybody who does choose to subscribe to my stream. Thank you for the support. So here, clearly I'll attack with everything. They get to pick off a 1/1, but that's hardly 2-for-1ing me. Then we can fire Prophecy away, discarding a swamp we don't need. Get rid of their only creature, and add to the board. I do like money. Okay, so let's see. We could take the Otter for 1 mana. We don't have a way to sack it, but we'll hit and draw a card and then play Bug. That looks fine. I mean, if it wasn't an Otter, I wouldn't be inclined to steal it here. But, I mean, we get to draw a card, and we get to remove their blocker for our 1/1s. Seems good enough. And then we still have mana, of course, to play Bug. Well, Commando even better than Bug. Thank you, Reed Snake, for gifting out a sub. Super generous. Really appreciate the support. Thanks to everybody on that hype train there. I really don't know much about Twitch's keeping track of things and things like that, but it is pretty cool. So thank you to everybody who did just subscribe, donate, etc., etc. I do appreciate the support. They have to be dead now, right? If we blitz the lifelinker and just attack. Feels like a math is for blockers situation. I've been playing 16 lands a lot more lately, but part of that is the formats. Cycling, cheap cantrips, scry, stuff like that. In this format, I find myself 16 a lot, but it's not because the decks really only wanted 16 lands. It's because 2 Fire Prophecies to dig up lands, 3 1-mana cycling cards to dig up lands. This is match 1, game 3. We had a really good game 1 where I was way ahead and got them to 2, but they turned the tables with a Shore Shark and then a Lifelink Mentor. I absolutely agree. I don't want cycling to get a bad rap here. The cycling deck is bad because the cards are too good. Fox is too good. Tactician is too good. Zenith Flare is broken. But all the cycling cards are sweet. Even one colorless cycling. Like Memory Leak and Frostveil Ambush and Startling Development and Go for Blood or whatever that red card is called. Titanic Blood, I don't know, whatever it's called. All of these are sweet Magic cards. If you imagine Fox didn't exist and Zenith Flare didn't exist and there wasn't a cycling deck, how cool would all of these cards with one colorless cycling be? The big problem is they just made the cycling enablers too good. Not that they made the cycling cards. The cycling cards are awesome. Cycling should be evergreen. Cycling should be in every set. Zenith Flare should not be printed. Fox should be a rare. Tactician should be an uncommon. Make cycling evergreen. I agree, Wimbledon. If I was running for Prez, one of my key platforms would be make cycling evergreen. Yeah, that's what I said, didn't I, Professor Crocodile? I'm saying they made the cycling payoffs too good. I just said, like, Zenith Flare shouldn't hit players. Fox should be rare. Tactician should be uncommon. Oh, you're welcome, Cibica. Thanks for checking out my YouTube. For anybody who doesn't know, if you miss any of the streams and you want to catch up, all the content is uploaded on YouTube, usually pretty quickly after the stream. We got a level 1 hype train emote, so I just shared it. Again, I don't know what any of this means, but thank you to everybody who did make it happen. Oh, yeah, just a slip of the tongue then. I meant that the cyclers are good, the payoffs are the problem. Not much we can do with this hand for now. Just gotta chill. All the nice hype emotes. Those are cool. Well, they do make mechanics evergreen. Like, Scry is now evergreen, meaning it could show up in any set. So that we know the opponent has scatters, but obviously we don't care if they scatter Coil Bug. I don't really see how we can do anything else. We're not going to connection a Facet Reader just to get in an attack. I do really need to put a second spell in the yard for Blitz, but... And I don't like playing the long game. Their deck is much more powerful than mine, but I don't really have a choice. Alright, whatever. Let's not worry about semantics if I slipped up with what I said or not. Either way, cycling cards are good and sweet. The payoffs are too good. So I can take Poacher, but I don't have a way to sack it. I mean, I can sack, like, Coil Bug after I attack with it, get a card, but then they get their Poacher back. Doesn't seem great. I could attack with the Bug. It's unlikely they'll block with the Poacher. If I do, I don't have a Menace. If they do, I don't have a Menace creature, so I can't play Connection into Blitz. This really isn't going very well. I can always Connection the Poacher later, though. It can't sack itself. So I guess for now, I'm just going to put out another Bug and see. If nothing else, next turn I have enough mana to play Connection and Blitz, potentially. I might draw a Menace creature. I might draw a Poacher of my own to be able to sack their Poacher too when I steal it. See what happens for one more turn at least. Especially because I had another Bug to add to the board anyway. Okay, no help there. But it's one to use Poacher. So if I want to play Connection, Blitz, and Poacher in a turn, I have to play one more land, which is fine. The only reason to hold lands are Prophecies, which I have 2 of, but I have 2 lands in hand, so I can definitely play one more this turn. If I attack with the 2 bugs, that doesn't seem like it accomplishes anything. I think we just, again, wait one turn. If the game progresses in this way, there's a decent chance I will go Connection on Poacher. Then I can attack. Then I can sack like a bug or a 1/1, draw a card, and then Blitz something. But Blitz can also take out their good late game stuff. Even though we don't have a ton of spells, we have drawn a lot of our lands. Prophecy effectively kills something and draws a card. And then we have 3 cycling spells. So I could easily see us getting to a point where Blitz kills something good. Yeah, my platform is make cycling evergreen and get rid of hexproof. Pat Cox worded it perfectly. People were talking about one hexproof card or another, and he said ban all hexproof cards from every format. Hexproof just doesn't need to exist. Alright, well, this isn't the worst for me as far as good uncommons go. I can lose a 1/1 token, and I'm not scared of that Shore Shark at the moment. I mean, I like Death Touch. Death Touch is a cool limited ability. I don't mind Death Touch being around a lot. Hexproof is the one I hate. I have no problem with Death Touch. So I can't kill it in response. They'll get to bounce the other token and get their card. It's not an otter. It's not like I mind if they hit me with that. They're not drawing more cards. They just draw their 1 from Heron. I do have to figure out what I want to do now. Yeah, conditional hexproof can be okay. Especially when it's until end of turn. I mean, Dream Trawler's a problem card because the condition in the card and just everything. But yes, conditional hexproof can be okay. Alright, now I'm really getting to the point where I'm not sure what to do. I can Connection the Poacher again, like I've been saying. Attack with the 3 bugs. Sack a bug, and then I have a Blitz for 2 online. That's not particularly good. It's not horrible. I think it's probably worth it, because we are, like, cycling the Connection that way. And then we get in a decent attack. I want to kill this Heron. I don't really need to, though. It's not an otter. It's not drawing cards every turn. It's just a 3/4 flyer. Alright, that's irrelevant. Now we don't attack with the Poacher because the sack ability is a tap and bugs come back. So the reason we stole it here is because we're going to draw a card. Deal them their 6. Sack a bug, see what we get. Unfortunately, you can't sack it to itself. Sack another creature. While they don't have Poacher active, I think we do want to blitz for 2 Eluder. Not the best, not the worst. We know they have a deck full of Essence Scatters, but if we can Necropanther back our Raptor, that could end up being a strong card. Yeah, I hired the Poacher for now, for there. Basically, it drew a card to replace the connection because the Coil Bug will come back, dealt some damage. That wasn't a particularly effective turn or anything, but given I keep having nothing to do, I think it was worth cycling Tentative Connection there. I mean, this game's going poorly, but we're a little flooded. It is what it is. We keep drawing lands. We know the opponent has at least 2 scatters, I think we saw. Might even have been 3. I think we saw 2 in one game. So I'm going to chill for now. If we draw Memory Leak, maybe we can take the scatter and we have 2 leaks. And then Resolve Panther, getting back that good rare that we have in the yard that they dead-weighted. Labyrinth Raptor. If I attack, they block, and then they get to attack back with Poacher. Now I can block Poacher. Why can't I block Poacher? What just happened? I'm confused. So obviously I made a mistake. If I couldn't block Poacher, I should have attacked. But I have no idea why I wasn't able to block this. It doesn't have flying. I don't understand. Oh, Phase Dolphin. Okay, yes, I should have attacked. You're right, chat. I completely forgot this Dreamtail Heron was a Phase Dolphin. So I missed 2 damage. The reason I held them back was to block the Poacher. My mistake. My mistake. Not the biggest of mistakes. It cost me 2 damage. They would have blocked and took 2. But I did, that was why I held them back. And you are correct. I should not have done that. Ouch. Pretty sure this game's over. This is lifelink flying. Yeah, there's no way to recover from this. Getting beat up today. Like 1-3? I shouldn't have talked smack about the bad days usually being 5-3. I did run out of money for paid actors. It gets expensive, you know? I don't think so, but I don't know the answer to that, HK. I think in best of 3, you just get paired against people with similar records to you, not anything to do with ranking. In best of 1, it's ranked. Thanks for joining and hosting, Hans Holger. Appreciate it. So clearly here, I think I memory leaked over Bug. They have a 1-3, but we couldn't expect much from Bug anyway. I don't know what to take. They don't have any red mana yet. If they draw red, Fire Prophecy is definitely the card I want to take. I'm not really able to pressure them. But again, it's a 16-land deck with a cycling land and 2 Fire Prophecies. So hopefully we'll draw some pressure. Probably just supposed to take Capture Sphere here. Well, if they had a red, I might have took Sprite Dragon. But they don't even have a red, so that's why I didn't take that card. I don't think Bugs are attacking successfully until at least there's 2 out. We don't have double black. So I'm just going to start by cycling this Triome. Playing 1 Bug doesn't really accomplish anything this turn. Have a good one, Floyd. Thank you for hanging out, supporting, and starting that hype train. This is round 2, second draft. We lost round 1. So if we win this round, we play another round. If we lose it, we do not. So I'm playing the Poacher first, because I don't really see us making much progress into that Glimmerbell with what we have. But if we start eating bugs, then we get to draw extra cards. One of the best life strategies there is in Ikoria. Eat bugs. Go ahead and eat a bug, see what we get. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks for the positive feedback. And congratulations on hitting Platinum, DSR Wino. Okay, so I'm holding the land now for Prophecy. I'll happily Prophecy the Glimmerbell, but we know they have Keep Safe, so we can only play it if we force them to tap their mana, or if they choose to tap their mana. If they draw a creature to play, it's not exactly us forcing them. So I'm going to Forbidden Friendship and attack with everything but Poacher. If they block a 1-1, I'll just sack that 1-1 and draw a card. If they block Coilbug, I'll just sack Coilbug probably and draw a card. I do want to mostly play my lands, because I have all these recurring Coilbugs. I do, want to cycle a land for Prophecy, but other than that, I'm only going to hold just the 1 land. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Mr. Maxi. Congratulations on Diamond. And like I said, thank you for the positive feedback. Even though I'm someone who always welcomes criticism, and you learn more from criticism than compliments, I do make, the content primarily because I like teaching Magic, talking about Magic, discussing strategy and all that. So the positive feedback is nice too. I do really appreciate it. Thanks, QJC Pigs. Appreciate the support for my stream. Thank you for subscribing. All right, so they've got Prophecy and Keep Safe up. So we don't want to Prophecy unless they tap their 2 mana to Prophecy. I don't think an attack here is super productive. I think we just want to sack the Coil Bug. See what we get. See if we draw something to play. Keep making our land drops. So that'll be good, potentially, but not right now. That's okay. If they cast Prophecy, then we can cast ours. If they don't, we strand their mana. End of their turn, we can buy back Coil Bug. Thanks, Feed. It is really what I go for. Some people complain about the slow pace, but it's what I like. I'm about the analysis. I'm about learning. I'm about strategy. I'm not about highlights, winning and losing. So I'm glad that a lot of people seem to learn a lot and really do like it. I used the Poacher because if I drew a creature, I was going to play it. And if they Prophesied one of my 1/1s, I would have been super happy because they only had 2 mana up. So while they'd get to kill a 1/1 and draw a card or cycle a card with Prophecy, I would get to use Prophecy on the Sprite Dragon. So I would have been ecstatic if that would have resolved. Like if they would have went end of turn Prophecy. I was not afraid of them doing that. Not any different this turn. I'm just going to keep drawing extra cards, gaining life. They're hitting for 3, I'm gaining 2, and I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. So this isn't bad for me. It's not a question of are they ever tapping 2 mana. We're making land drops. We're stranding their mana and forcing them to, like, not dig deeper into their deck, grow their dragon, do more things. Like, this is a good situation for us. We're not in a rush. We're at 24 and we're drawing 2 cards a turn. I mean, now that they played double Wolverine, things are going to happen. But previously, I was totally happy to keep taking 3 from Sprite Dragon, whereas I'm gaining 2, so I'm effectively losing 1 life a turn, and I'm drawing 2 cards a turn. They're not drawing 2 cards a turn. Thank you, Fallon. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing. Okay, so now, though, we do want to do stuff. Taking a creature with Tentative Connection is definitely going to be better for us than Prophesying. So let's say I start by Prophesying the Wolverine. If they don't cast Keep Safe, cool. I'll just put Bottom of Swamp and reevaluate, and I'm happy with that exchange. If they do cast Keep Safe, I respond by Prophesying the Sprite Dragon, and then I can connection the one of the Wolverines, and then attack with it, and then sack it to the Poacher. So that looks good. So now I think it's time to do things. Okay, they let that happen. So now I can go for connection on the 3/2. And again, if they keep safe, I can Prophecy the Sprite Dragon in response. Could also go for connection on the Sprite Dragon. If they Prophecy in response doesn't work, if they keep safe, then I can Prophecy in response. It's kind of the same difference. I guess I don't have to do anything now. I could just dump out more stuff. I'm not really in a rush still. Like, I'm really not that worried about that Sprite Dragon. It's not like it's an otter. It doesn't draw extra cards. If it lives and becomes a 5/5 or something, who cares? Thanks, Mustic. Appreciate that subscription. Thank you for the support for my stream. I guess there could be a risk of decking. I mean, I have to hope if I'm drawing 2 cards a turn with a 16 land deck, and they're not, I'm not going to deck. Remember, I have those memory leaks also. So if I draw one of my 2 memory leaks, I just start the show by memory leaking them. We don't really have any closing rears, but yeah, we do have 2 memory leaks. Oh, they're going to prophecy it. Okay, whatever. Still have Keep Safe up. No reason to prophecy right now. Just sack my bug, get my last extra card. There's a leak. Yes, this is our second leak, sorry. But we did have 1 leak left. I do love to snack. These are great. Sesame honey cashews from Trader Joe's. Okay, so they do have some pretty good things going. They now have an on-tap pinger. It only pings for 1 each time, but that's 2 mana ping, so they've got a machine gun there. So this game is getting, like, kind of thick now. I can memory leak to Keep Safe whenever I'm ready, like it could be next turn. We have 9 mana. So we want to play, like, Poacher. I guess this turn, we can just play, like, Poacher and Ceratops. Well, if they kill Poacher, that takes their whole turn next turn. And anyways, I can't really have them do less than that. Then they're not killing Ceratops. I don't really see how I have better options. This is a tight game now, but, I mean, what am I going to do? Then next turn, I can potentially go for Mentor. I have Mentor for Ceratops. I have Connection with Poacher. They can only interact with one of those, at least. I have Prophecy to hit Wolverine. I might lose. I mean, this Porcupine Glimmerbell, pretty tough for me. It's not like if I had used my stuff earlier, though. Like, I would just not have Connection and Prophecy. They wouldn't have Sprite Dragon. They'd have drawn a card off Keep Safe. Like, I still wouldn't have an out for the Porcupine. Now I actually have an out. I can tentative Connection it, potentially. So, I mean, I'm in better shape, not worse shape. It's going to be close now. Now, at the very least, I can mess their combo. I can Memory Leak to Keep Safe. And then I can Tentative Connection the Porcupine. Sack it to the Poacher. So now we got a Memory Leak to Keep Safe out of their hand. They can't kill Poacher now. So now we can Tentative Connection the Porcupine. They can shoot off a couple 1/1s in response. Yeah, they probably should have attacked with Wolverine. I mean, I would have just chumped with a 1/1, but they don't need it on tapped. I agree with you, chat. Thank you, Durhan. Appreciate the subscription. It wasn't double strike before 2 turns ago. They missed 1 to 2 attacks with the Wolverine. But it would have been better, I agree. Okay, so we don't have blue mana to untap this. So for us, this just pings for 1, so we're better off attacking for 3, and then we're going to sack it to the poacher. But an attack for 3 is better than shooting something for 1. Let's get rid of that machine gun, take the board back to pretty even. I think for now it's worth holding this land to bottom it with Prophecy. We can put 2 of these on Otter, 1 on Wolverine. Or just 1 on Wolverine. Well, we had no choice what to kill. We might lose to Sprite Dragon, but we can race a big flyer with Mentor on Ceratops. The Porcu Parrot was a Glimmer Bell, so it was 2 mana ping. So with 10 mana out, they could deal 5 damage a turn to creatures. There was no choice in what to kill there. Literally no choice whatsoever. Thank you, Philippel. Appreciate the subscription. Thanks to everybody subscribing. I know there's been a bunch of subscribers recently here. Okay, that's a pretty good draw. We can't kill both of their giant flyers, but we can go Ceratops. How much mana do we have? We have 4, 8, 9. So we can go 4, 6, 8. Are we forced to block with Ceratops on Wolverine? 3, 6, 11. No, so if they don't have anything... Oh, I guess we can just kill the Wolverine with the Prophecy. So yeah, this looks pretty good. We don't need to Mentor this turn instead of next turn. I'm going to Blitz now because it's just such an Xaxes kind of a thing. I'm not going to Ceratops now, though, because that might change their attack. Because, like, they might Alpha thinking, like, I pretty much have to block Wolverine. But then I can Prophecy Wolverine, and then Ceratops can eat Otter. Well, they drew it off Anticipate, but obviously, yeah, they didn't really think of it properly. Okay, because, like, if they should have just pre-combated Anticipate. But they didn't draw the 7/7, or they would have pre-combated it. They drew it off Anticipate, which they did in the middle of combat. Alright, so let's think. I can Prophecy that to deny them from hitting and getting a card. Or they can hit me for 9 on board. I go to 4. This grows to 4. Then I can Mentor it, so I can go back up to 8. And then I still die. I can sack something to the Poacher. I mean, I guess all that does is save me 3 damage. They still have a 3/4 flyer out. So it seems like it almost has to be better to use Prophecy on Wolverine here. This is extremely tight. Stop it! They had no cards in hand to start this turn. 0. Drew of One Mind, into Heron, into Lynx. Sigh. So we can't kill Sprite Dragon, but that's a pretty good draw of our own. We can give lifelink to the Ceratops. Then we can fight the Heron. Gain a bunch of life. I already used both Prophecies, so I don't need to hold the land. Okay, I get their Prophesying. That seems like a pretty easy sack to the Poacher. We'll get some life. They can't use the Prophecy's trigger or anything. This is a good game. Unfortunately, we missed spending 5, but it had to be worth it. we get 3 life a card, and we deny them cycling that card, which is hopefully a land. So what can we Necropanther back? Mentor. There's nothing really to Mentor at the moment. Another Ceratops. No, it's 3 or less, sorry. So Bugs, which doesn't really help us. So Mentor is the card we kind of want to bring back. If we hit for 5, we go to 10. So we're not dead, and then we have the Poacher as backup. Seems fine. So I guess for this turn, attack, go up to 10, and then just like Bug and Commando or something. 5. How much mana do we have? About 10. So 5, 7, 10. I kind of want to be able to sack something to Poacher. I don't want to die to Xaxes to the Sprite Dragon if they like play a spell or something like that. Guess we can just play that and then buy back Bug end of turn. I don't think I want to play the Panther there. It's just not using mana that efficiently. Now I can spend 5 buying back the Coil Bug, and then if they don't make me sack something else for life, I'll just sack a 1/1 end of turn to get another card, and I still get a life. This is getting extremely tight. How big does that make that thing? 11? So now I can have to sack Commando, but that's not the end of the world. I don't have to sack Ceratops. So no real choices. Well, that's good. If they don't steal it, I can steal that thing and just kill them now. So if they don't have something... Hooray! We won one of the greatest games ever, I think. I can just take this and then kill them with it. Get over here. Alright, let's see. So they're a little red-blue deck. They have Sprite. They have Keep Safe. They have like 3 or 4 Prophecies. So anything that just dies to Prophecy is quite bad against them. But our creatures are pretty good against that. Like Ceratops we can grow once, and then Bushmeat Poacher doesn't die to it. So we don't want, like, Tigerilla for sure. We might want, like, Fangs or something just to grow Ceratops in response to Prophecy. I think they had, like, 3 Prophecies that game. They played a lot of Prophecies. I don't think on the draw something like Howlbunder's offering us much against them. I'm going to cut that for Fangs. Yeah, Blitzleech could be okay. It does kill a grown Sprite Dragon. Did they have any Essence Scatters? I don't care that much that it dies to Prophecy, because I'll at least still be killing whatever. But if they counter it, that's a really bad exchange. Grind, 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 Fumble Monk. Grind, grind, grind. Leech is always good against a 1/1 flyer, but I also have double Prophecy and could theoretically just kill the flyer early, or they might not draw it. This is only the second draft. They've been long drafts so far, but we're doing 3 regardless. Some days are 4 hours, some days are 6 or 7, whatever. So there's gonna be one more draft after this, one more round after this if we win this one, right? I think this is only round 2 of the second draft. Even though I like Memory Leak against them, we need to hit our land drops, so I gotta cycle it here. Pretty easy lead of Coil Bug. We saw like 3 Prophecies out of them. I'm not going to play Raptor when I could play Coil Bug into their open Prophecy mana. Don't hate on my fangs. I boarded that bad boy in. Alright, I think we can start with a leak. It puts it in exile, so it's not like it's turning on Wolverine. See what we're up against. Otter and Heron. So if I take the Heron, they don't have great ways to get the Otter through. Not in their hand, they might top deck some. If I take the Otter, though, what are they going to do? Heron up the Wolverine? I don't really care about that. They're spending their card just to turn a 3-2 into a 3-4. So I think... just take the Otter. I guess they were trying to bait a removal spell, so they played Wolverine before Otter. I would have played Otter there, because Otter's not necessarily going to work in the late game. It's not the kind of card you really want to save to use as, you know, for the late game and bait other stuff. But I'm guessing that was their logic. Definitely not going to trade this. I can now attack back into the Heron. If they block, I've got Fangs to turn me into a 4-5 lifelink for the turn. And then, well, permanently, actually. If they take it, now we'll just drop Poacher. I think I'm going to play the land. I could spend some pretty good mana with bugs, and I don't think I'm going to have time to cycle it here. Well, that went as badly as possible. Anticipate into Prophecy the turn before I untap with Poacher and Fangs means the Wolverine is on and my good creature is gone. But Poacher still trades with Wolverine, stops Wolverine. Still get our own stuff going here. It is the Gyro Engineer rule. Like Ixo said, lead the Otter, make them have it. If they kill the Otter, they kill the Otter. If you untap with it, it's great. You sandbag game-winning rares that are good in the late game. You do not sandbag 3-drops that are good if you untap with them on turn 4. Well, more problems. So if I tap it and sack the bug, I don't have a blocker for the Wolverine, but I get my 2 life in my card. If I let that happen, I can throw the bug in front of the Wolverine to save 6, but then I don't get a card. So let's do some counting. 7, 10, 13. So if I go to gain 2, I'm at 13. I end up having to chump the Wolverine with the Raptor. I don't think I like that. I mean, I'm pretty dead right here regardless. I can Fangs the Menace creature and pump it. And then I go to 8, which is better than being lethal. And then if I top deck one of those 2 Steela creatures, the Poacher on taps. So I do have a 2-outer that way. I think that's the best I can do here. The bug can chump the Wolverine. I mean, if I do top deck, if they don't draw anything here, like keep safe or removal, if I do draw one of those 2 copies of Tentative Connection, I take the 7/7, hit them for 7, and then gain 7 when I sack it to the Poacher. So, I mean, the game's not over if I hit one of those 2 and they don't kill me here. That's lethal, though. Now both their creatures fly, and I am dead. Okay, game 3, we're going to be on the play. Do we want anything different? The Leech does look pretty good against them. They've got all the Wolverines and the Sprite. Could definitely see it. Pretty sure I like the Fangs. It looks like it lines up well. Maybe cut like a Ceratops for the Leech. Coilbug seems decent against them. They have all those prophecies, so it's a good creature to play into their open removal. And also it's like pretty good at interacting with Wolverine in the early game and stuff like that. I mean, obviously I could take out a Coilbug, but I think it's a solid card in the matchup. Well, I wouldn't really say sandbagging my 2-drops. Like, I'm going to play the Raptor a lot of times on turn 2, because it's a 2-mana, 2/2 menace. If they have open mana up and a triple prophecy deck, and I have another 2-drop, then I'm probably going to sandbag it. But it's not like you're just, like, never going to play it because it might die. Like Ixo just got done saying. You play your creatures, and if they have the removal, it's an even trade, and if they don't have the removal, then you get an advantage. But obviously on turn 2, if I have a Coilbug and a Raptor, I'll probably play the Coilbug. Or in this case, actually, I'll play the Friendship, just because I'm getting an extra point of damage, because partial haste here. My prediction is they will do what Thunderwonk suggested in our stream, and make it so that at the start of the game, if you put a companion in your hand, you have to put a card on the bottom of your library. I think that was the perfect suggestion. But I have no inside information, no idea if they're going to do that or whatever. But I like that suggestion. I think it was the perfect suggestion. Why did we make our turn 3 worse? Okay, so I see no reason to attack this turn with the 1/1s. 2 of them backstop the Wolverine, and we have more good drops anyway. If they Heron, I don't care, obviously. You choose. So just like when you mulligan. But by no means are they going to do that. They might just ban Companion. I mean, who knows what they're going to do. Okay, now one more spell turns it on. I've got Fangs and Blitz anyway. I don't think I'm too scared. I'm going to attack and see what they have. If they like Prophecy Commando, that's not really that bad for me. If they block Commando, I can Fangs. If they then, like, Prophecy or something, I can Blitz the Wolverine, whatever. Well, I don't like this, but I kind of wanted to play Fangs anyway, because that makes Blitz on for 2, and then I can shoot Wolverine. It is a counter. It's not till end of turn. So I think I'm going to pump my 1/1 here. Of course, the Dino, because that can be mutated onto, and the human can't. Now I have a 2/2 lifelink, and then also I can Blitz away the Wolverine, hopefully attack with all my creatures. Well, second Wolverine puts a damper on those plans. Well, right back in business. They attacked with 1, so now I can kill the on-tap 1. This works out pretty well. They didn't know I was holding Blitz. I'm not saying they did anything wrong. But we can hit back for 6, get 2 life right back. That's a good turn swing for us. Not saying I'm going to win. We still got to draw more. If we draw removal or connection or something, the game is over. For right now, if I attack with all 3, that doesn't really work. They kill 2, they go to 2. I can cycle Triome, or I can play Mentor. Mentor the bug, and then I can grow both of them. But if I draw a land... So I think I cycled the Triome. If I draw a land, I can play Mentor anyway. If I draw a Prophecy, I win the game. So let's start by cycling, see what we get. Alright, it's just a land, but we can now just play the Mentor anyway. I mean, we had some outs to just win the game there. Two prophecies. Go for blood. Maybe. No. Wouldn't have been bad. We could go for blood, Coilbug, and Wolverine, but we don't win the game. So just the 2 Ceratops for the win there. I mean, the 2 prophecies. Now Prophecy doesn't win us the game. And we still can't attack 3/3s into 3/4s. But next turn we can. And we might draw a land we want to bottom with Prophecy. So I see no need to Prophecy the Wolverine right now. Even though they could have Keep Safe. End of turn we make 3/3s. Next turn we make 4/4s. 4/4s should be able to attack profitably. And then if we draw a land to bottom with Prophecy, then holding on to it could have a lot of value. This is turning into another good game like game 1. So if I attack with the 4/4s, if they do a double block involving the Wolverine, it's truly great for me. But they could put the 5/4 on one, double block the other with the 2 3/4s, and then Prophecy doesn't really work. I think I just Prophecy the Wolverine pre-combat, see what I get. Because if I draw a Tentative Connection, I win. Does that give me lethal? I doubt it. Definitely not. But they do have to block both 4/4s. So I could attack with everything, I think. That looks pretty good. Everything but the Mentor. Because then, if they want to double block a 4/4 and 5/4 on a 4/4, I kill their 5/4 and one of their 3/4s. I gain a ton of life. They take 3 because of the 1 haste. They'll be at 1 life. If they want to eat like a 2/3 with a 3/4, then they have to chump block a 4/4 with a 3/4. So I'm pretty sure we can play this Friendship and then attack with everything but the Mentor. And this works out pretty well. Like, their choices are, you know, double block one of the 4/4s with 2 3/4s, and then block the other 4/4 with the 5/4, and then they take 3 and go to 1. I gain 8. They kill both my 4/4s, but they have 1 creature in play to my, like, 4 now. And I just gain a ton of life, and they're at 1. Coilbug even comes back. Or they could have 8 Commando with a Heron, but then they would just be chumping my 4/4 with their other Heron. And then they'd have another life point or 2. But they would have, but I would still have a 4/4. Good game. Okay, round 3. Yeah, that was a harder win, I would say. Final round of the second draft of the 3 we're going to do today. Hey, Ryan Tucker, I missed that in the middle of that good game. Thanks for your 17 months of support. That's the entire time I've been streaming. Glad you got one of those first badges. Thank you for supporting my stream. Thanks, chat. Yeah, that was a good game. I definitely enjoyed that one. Okay, so 2 lands on the play, always a little dicey, but we got Prophecy to help look for land 3 and 4. We are not 2-0, we are 1-1. Going to start with the Coilbug. I do, I'm Mythic. I played a little best of 1 like at night and stuff, and I don't have a good ranking or anything. I mean, nothing horrible, but I think I'm like 98% or something Mythic. Okay, I'm not going to Prophecy their Coilbug. So I guess we cycle Go for Blood, leaving Prophecy's mana open in case we draw a mountain. Still not going to Prophecy the Coilbug. I'm just going to pass. If they play like a real creature, I will Prophecy that. For now, I see no reason to trade bugs. I've got a poacher. I mean, next turn I'll probably end up attacking both because then I'm getting in damage if they don't play something else. But if they do play like a 2-4 or something that I can't prophecy away, I don't think me trading my bug for theirs right now is particularly helping me when I have poacher. Obviously, I'm not going to miss 2 damage a turn if it's an even trade. So if they pass the turn, I'll attack with both bugs. But if they put out like a 4-4 or something, Of course, I immediately get punished. Nothing to get back, so let's get rid of the Necropanther. I'm not even sure if I got punished, actually. I'd happily double block there. The bugs all come back. Unfortunately, I really didn't want to draw a tap land. But nothing I can do about that. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So, I guess I'm taking it because next turn, if they don't have anything, I can threaten to triple block Crasher with 2 Coil Bugs and a Poacher. If I had just drawn an on-tap land, I would have played Poacher last turn. They would have played Crasher. I mean, I'd still need a land, but then I could take it, hit them, make a token, and sack it. But I'd still be 1 land short of that at the moment. Yeah, Connection gives me a 6-6, but they would just get it right back. I need the Poacher to sack it. Yeah, but I get that either way. It's clearly better to play Poacher here. If they don't have removal, they can't attack, I would just triple block Crasher. And then I would on-tap, Connection the Crasher, hit them, sack it if I draw a land. The goal is to use your cards for max value, not at the first option you have, right? We're going to lose if they have anything here, but I think it's kind of a so-be-it scenario, right? I guess I could let them make a 6-6 and then take the Crasher. I have to draw a land, though. I mean, I can double block the Whisper with the 2 bugs and take 6. They get a 6-6. But the thing is, if I don't draw a land, I'm not killing Quartzwood Crasher. I have to draw a land. They could have Prophecy. They could have, like, +3/+3 and Trample. I mean, back for more just is what it is later in the game. Got to deal with the problems at hand. I mean, a land isn't that hard to draw, but you got to deal with the problems at hand first. They might have Ram through. Nice job by the opponent blocking. I tried to trick them by not playing the land, because if they let it hit, I get my 6-6 sack, and I get 6 life in a card. But I can't sack it like when they block, or I don't kill their 6-6. So it was better for me if they took the hit, because they would keep their 6-6, I would keep my 6-6, because I'd get to make another 6-6, and then I would draw a card and gain 6 life. So it was better for me if they took it, but, like, I don't have, like, if I play the land, I'm just telling them to block it. So I didn't play the land first. Just going to pass here. If they go for a spell, I can respond with Prophecy. Yeah, I don't get why they didn't duress it away either. The Necropanther isn't especially good right now at all. I agree with that. If they don't play anything, I'll just buy back Coilbug in a turn. It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't meant to be like some kind of crazy leveling game. It was because it's better for me if they take it, and if I play the land, there's no reason for them to take it because they know I have the ability to sack it. So they should just insta block if I play the land. But if let's say I didn't have a land, I might still take it there and attack because then I make a 6/6 to block with. So that's why I did it that way, to just try and give them a little more of a decision. What did they take? Oh, they didn't take Panther. They took Ceratops. But yeah, either way, like, yes, they should have took Tentative Connection. I agree. Okay, they have one card left. I don't think they have a spell. I'm going for it. You know how we do. This is a greed stream. Yeah, but my bugs get sacrificed for extra cards. Nothing better in this format than eating bugs. Well, that's not true. There's a lot of things better. But eating bugs in Ikoria is tasty. They could easily be holding a land. I don't think I'm going to cast Memory Leak here. I guess I use all 7 mana this turn by playing Poacher and Bug. I'm going to cycle, but for right now, I can use all my mana. I'll cycle when I have a spare mana. So 5 to bring it back, 2 to play it, nothing to sack. So this turn, it looks like a good opportunity to cycle. Alright, I don't want to be too coy. I can definitely start attacking with these menace creatures. So I'm just going to dump my stuff out. I think I can use pretty much any amount of mana. I'm recurring bugs. I have 2 poachers, so if they draw removal, I still just have another poacher out. So I'm going to play the Triome here. Continue my usual eating bugs. Yeah, they can use removal now, but I don't really care because they could have killed one of these anyway. The only difference is I sacked a bug that I'm happy to sack. Now we'll attack with the menace creatures. If they don't play anything, they can't even block because they have to be blocked by 3 creatures. If they do have that removal, we're going to certainly sack the Raptor. The only question is, do we want to pump? Nah, it's better off to buy back bugs and play Ceratops and stuff. So let's just sack the Raptor. I'm never against drawing 2 cards a turn. I can trade off 1-for-1s while I'm drawing 2 cards a turn all night. Ben doesn't eat bugs. Except when he's doing Ikoria drafts. Ben eats sesame honey cashews. Okay, I think we can tentative connection the bigger of the 2 here. That looks pretty good. Prophecy the other one. We're at 21 life. I'm not afraid to get rid of this mentor. Go beat down, but I need 1 poacher to sack the Ceratops. We still have 12 cards. I'm not really worried about winning. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Guess I could have maybe played the Ceratops to not miss the +1/+1 counters. I did kind of rather just buy back bugs than overcommit, because like a sweeper is kind of one of the only ways I can lose, I think. An Extinction Event comes to mind as a way to hit the 2 poachers and the Ceratops. This is the last match of this draft, but then we're doing one more draft today. So, we don't actually have that much going. They can't block the Bender. I think I just put out some bugs. Neither of their creatures really profitably stop my 2 bugs that I can put in play. And if they do have Extinction Event, I can just sack, like, the 2 bugs to the poachers. And then get them back again. If they just pass the turn, I might dump next turn. I might play the 2 Friendships and attack with everything. They have to do some more to stop this board. What's left in my deck? Blitz. Not a ton. We used both connections, both prophecies. Pretty much just have Blitz left. I think I'm going to stop eating bugs and get ready to start swarming. Pretty hard. I mean, I'm pretty good at it. When interacting with the chat constantly, like, it's like splitting focus. When I'm only thinking about my deck, I'm pretty sure I could name my whole deck every draft, like, pretty easily. Everybody's got different strengths and weaknesses, but I'm pretty good at memorizing things. So, wow, they can get back another creature. This could end up not being that easy. Oh, they don't even have anything to get back. All their cards cost 4 or more. Forgot to sack it to the poacher there. I'm in swarm mode, though. Obviously, if it was going to die anyway, I probably could have sacked it. I'm not decking just yet. But for now, it's time to attack. There's a phrase I think y'all on Twitch like for this situation. Math is for blockers. Come on. Chat knows what's up. That math thing. So their deck is all 2/3s that grow. They've got the Quartz Crasher, which we're pretty good against with 2 tentative connections and our memory leaks. I don't think there's really much to change. I don't blame them. Death before dishonor. Like, maybe they could have went to 1 by throwing away most of their creatures and leaving me with 6 creatures to their 1 or something. I mean, clearly that game was over. Oh, that's awesome, Tenacious Tim. That was a really good match. Thank you for the great games. Thanks for tuning in and saying hi. You have a super sweet deck, too, with all the Herons and the Archipelagore and all that. Haha, sorry about that 6-foot gnome. If they watched my stream and that's where they discovered them, I apologize. The yogurt fruit snacks are just too good. Fruit snacks are good and yogurt snacks are good, but when you mix the two, it's just like... It's like peanut butter and jelly. Yeah, Gorilla could be useful when you steal Crasher. That's true. Sounds like you have smart kids, 6-foot gnome. Thank you, dudes. Appreciate the subscription. Watching for 2 months and still not a pro? Yeah, I don't know, man. You must be doing everything wrong. Sorry about that, dudes. Switch it up. I mean, I started playing Magic in 1994, and I was a pro by 2001, so, you know, if watching my stream you're not there in 2 months, I don't know, step up your game. Alright, do I want to get the Poacher or the Ceratops out first? I guess the Ceratops, because we're not planning to cast either of these next turn. But if I do draw, like, Prophecy or Memory Leak, I don't want to miss out on the counter if I want to cast it. It's not like if they play Quartzwood Crasher, like... Oh, no, I guess I have Tentative Connection. So if they play Crasher and I draw a land, I would rather have had the Poacher out by a lot. Maybe I should have played Poacher. That may have been a pretty bad punt, because we saw Crasher. I mean, in the dark, I would normally play Ceratops here, because, again, I might top deck a Memory Leak I want to cast or something like that. But given we saw Quartzwood Crasher, maybe I should have played the Poacher, since I already had the connection. It's actually double red and only single green. Best steal your stuff sack deck? I don't know. Red-black sack's been pretty good a bunch of times. I think it was the best archetype in one format pretty recently. Was it Theros? Yeah, it was. The last format in Theros. I think the red-black sack deck was the best. Okay, so they took our Poacher... So now we don't have a way to do anything with Tentative. They have a 2/1 Death Touch. Seems like we just want to get this out. Then we can cast Connection for 1 mana whenever we want to. And chill for now. Still Theros? I thought it was Ikoria, but... The last format, Theros Beyond Death, the red-black deck was pretty sweet. Okay, they have one last card. I don't know if I should Memory Leak or not. I mean, I get a +1/+1 counter. I'm going to feel pretty bad if I whiff. Could be a land. Could also be a spell. I think I want the counter. Because then the next time I do, it grows to a 4/5. Sweet. I agree. Cycling decks, if they could ban a card from Limited, banning Zenith Flare right now would be a good start. I don't know if there's the clock or not. Oh, yeah, there is, because somebody had 12 minutes left in their clock earlier. So do I double block? Ceratops could grow bigger, but it's still a good trade now. And I can just grind. I think it makes sense. Trade my 3/4 that could grow bigger, but I'm not like a spells deck. Nothing wrong with growing a Coil Bug of all creatures. And then next turn we can, if we don't draw land, we can play Bug and use Mentor. If we do draw land, we can buy back Bug. Okay, looks like a pretty easy Bug, and then grow the one that's in play already. We have 2 prophecies. I guess only 1 left. We have 1 poacher left. Because they have this 2/1 death touch that if we remove, we should be able to attack with this big lifelinker. So that's what we're trying to get to. I don't really see these friendships doing anything in play. But I probably have plenty to spend my mana on. I'm not even sure if I might have boarded out a Ceratops, or I might have like 1 more Ceratops in the deck. So I don't think I just want to hold these. I think I'm going to get ready to swarm. If I'm not going to draw a sack outlet, which I don't have many of, just 1 poacher, I'm going to have a pretty nice attack if they don't play anything, and then I connection their Boot Nipper. So I'm just going to go into turn plus, and then I'm going to untap, connection their Boot Nipper if they don't play anything, and just attack with everything. It's a pretty good swarm. I mean, if I don't draw stuff to add to the board. As long as I'm drawing stuff to add to the board, I'll add stuff to the board first. Well, in that case, the swarm is off. Now we can sack their creatures to the poacher. So clearly we're going to see if they have removal for the poacher. If not, we can take things and then sack them with 1 more land. The reason I was going to use the connections aggressively was because we only have 2 sack outlets, 2 poachers. This deck is not great at sacking creatures. It's a fine, grindy deck. 2 prophecies and plenty of disruption and a good curve. But we don't have a lot of sack outlets. Okay, though. They killed it. But they didn't add to the board. So now we can get back to that swarm plan I was talking about. I'm definitely going to attack with the Mentor as well. I'm not worried if they want to double block it. They'll take 2, 5, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 and kill a 1/3. I don't really need to sink my mana into it too much. Or they can kill 2 1/1s and take 5, 7, 12. Seems decent. Better. I mean, I'm not saying if there was no Zenith Flare, it would solve Companion, and the cycling deck would still be too good. But Zenith Flare is egregious. Yeah, Zenith Flare would not solve the cycling deck. Getting rid of Zenith Flare. But Zenith Flare is the biggest mistake in the best deck. It's going well. How are you, Wild Shadow? Okay, I think it's time to rebuild now before the next swarm. Pick up our bugs, put them back out, see what we draw over the meantime. Oh yeah, at uncommon, it absolutely should not be able to target face. If they want it to target face, it should be a mythic rare. So, if I don't grow now, I never grow. Do I care about being a 6/6? Not really. I don't think a 6/6 and a 5/5 are materially different. Rather just use my mana and buy back bug. So, let's see. We certainly, if we can dump all our stuff out, kill their creatures and swarm, we will. I think for now we just want to buy back bug again. Because then we can play 2 bugs And then we could play Connection and Prophecy in one turn if we draw one more land. If you steal Wolverine, you control it, so it'll just check your graveyard for whether it'll have double strike or not. Which, 1, 2, 3, so it will. Okay, I wasn't really expecting this attack, but we have infinite life. I'll take it and see what else they're going to do. This might get me to get aggressive a little earlier. So what happens if I Prophecy the Death Toucher, and then I Tentative Connection the 6/6, and I attack with everything? This has Trample. They can put like a 2/3 on it, and then they can put like the Coil Bug on the 5/5, and then they take 6, and it's 1 point short. So if I Prophecy the 2/3, it's lethal if they don't have anything. I think I'm down to go for it. I think it's pretty unlikely that last card in their hand is going to interact here. They're dead if they have nothing. If they have something, it's not like I'm going to die on the swing back, but if they have like a removal for the 6/6, but that's not easy to kill. Because if they kill one of the 1/1s, I don't think it really changes anything. So I think they're dead unless they can kill the 6/6, which is pretty hard to do. Good stuff, good stuff. We got the 2/1 out of the grindy red-black. Let's get into the third and final draft of the night. You're welcome, Psychologist. Not the world's best pack. I like Parcel Beast, but it is an underperformer. Pretty much all card drawing is. This is a format that's about impacting the board, getting ahead on board, board advantage. That doesn't mean it's bad to draw cards. It's never bad to have more cards. It just means all those cards perform a little worse than they look. Reptilian Reflection is excellent in the cycling deck. Again, I prefer to go into cycling because I got Zenith Flare or Fox or Rescuer maybe, but I'm not unwilling to take Reflection. It is a pretty weak pack. There's not a Blood Curdle. Parcel Beast is absolutely an underperformer. That's not to say it's a bad card. It looks like it would be one of the best uncommons in the set. Instead, it's just about as good as an average good common. It's not a bad card, but it is an underperformer. Weaponize is good too in those red-black type decks. I think in this case, Reflection is just the best card. I think it's the best card in the pack. Like, I don't want to lean into cycling until I know it's open necessarily. And I can forget about this Reflection and draft the best card in the next pack if it's not cycling. But I think Reptilian Reflection is just the best card in that pack. Speaking of, I'm not looking to go cycling unless I know it's open. I'm not going to second pick Vantasaur. I'm going to second pick Chittering Harvester. We could still play a red-black again, or any Mutate deck, and just lose this Reflection. Who cares? I took Reptilian Reflection because I think it was the best card in that pack. We'll draft the hard way. We'll take Chittering Harvester because it's the best card in this pack. Okay, now we have an interesting pick. Moloch could be good. I mean, if we go red-black, we could always play some Cyclers and Reflection and Moloch and stuff like that. General's Enforcer is good in black-white, but it looks better than it is. Pacifism is definitely better than Moloch if we don't end up a cycling deck. I guess Moloch is just the smart, safe pick. It works in a red-black grindy. It works with the Reflection. We can always do a cycling sub-theme if we don't end up seeing cycling and we want to play red-black. But if there's a Snare Tactician fourth, if you're going to force me, it's not like it's a Dranith healer. Bastion is excellent in black-white, but we do have two good cycling cards, and now there's a Snare Tactician fourth. We got to draft to win here. This is egregious. What is going on here? Fox is the number 2 card after Zenith Flare for the cycling deck. Come on. Draft Cycling, people. This deck is busted. Draft it. It's the best deck in the format. Flourishing Fox should not be 5th pack 1. Sorry, I'm angry right now. Is our deck good enough to take a 1-mana cycler over Pacifism? We have Fox, Reflection, Tactician. I think it is. It's just extremely unreasonable to get a 5th pick, one of the best uncommons in the set, for the best deck. It's not just good, like, Cycling, even if it wasn't busted, even if it was balanced, this is one of the best payoffs for a Tier 1 deck. What is it doing 5th pick? I guess it is falling right into my lap. I mean, we didn't trophy the first 2 drafts. 2-1 and 1-2. I think the deck I went 1-2 with was actually better than the deck I went 2-1 with, but that's how it shakes out sometimes. So I guess we'll try and draft a busted Cycling deck to close the day with a 3-0, right? Nothing too exciting for us here. Swallow Hole is quite good in the Cycling deck. They're the one trying to attack you, and you usually have some creatures out. It's not like it's busted. It is good quality removal. Definitely better than Pacifism. There's not even a 1-mana cycler in the pack. I would take Swallow Hole over a 1-mana cycler anyway. I'm just pointing that out. Now I think we grab a Cycling land. Other than that, it would be a Pacifism. So do we want Stinger, Healer, or second Reflection? Reflection is really aggressive. Is our deck on the aggressive side or the controlling side? It's pretty on the aggressive side. We have Flourishing Fox and a Reflection already. So, and how are we with cyclers? We have a lot, right? All of these cards cycle except like the Tactician and the Reflection. So, and the Swallow Hole. So yeah, I think Reptilian Reflection is the best of these for us. Now the 1-mana cycler that's on color and a creature. Yeah, I think Stinger and Reflection can be close. If you're going to end up with enough cyclers, then I think you want Reflection. It's just the 5/4 is a lot more powerful than a 2/2. But the fact that Stinger also cycles means if you're kind of like, I've got a bunch of stuff, not that many cyclers, then you want the Stinger. If you've got all cyclers, then you want the Reflection. Just about hitting the balance. We do have a Harvester. We could splash 2 Harvesters. I think it's more likely we would just splash Archipelagore, though. Because we have a blue Triome already. None of the cards in this pack matter. There's a Crystal that cycles for 2. This pack's not going nearly as well versus pack 1 did. Pretty happy to grab a 1-mana cycler, though, anytime I can. So, we've got Archipelagore. We've got a Friendship in the board and a red-blue-white land. So we can keep an eye on a blue splash. I'm not leaning towards doing it, but it is something we can keep an eye on. I already have a Cloud Piercer too. Could do a little Mutate sub-theme. We already have a Blade Banish. Don't really think I'm going to need 2-mana off-color Cycler. Just grab another Cloud Piercer for now. There's no 1-mana cyclers, but Shredded Sails is one of the better 2-mana cyclers. Functions as a good removal spell sometimes. Who programmed these humans? I have no idea, Daron. If anybody knows for sure how Mutated Reptilian Reflection works, spit it out. So Reunion is fine in this deck, or 2-mana off-color Cycler. We'll just grab a Reunion. These cards just don't matter. I honestly have no idea how it works. Like, I could guess or whatever, but... Come on. Dranath Healer tabled? Really? Who's drafting Cycling in this pod? That pack did have the Stinger in it, too. So there's one other Cycling player. We didn't see a lot in pack 2. So my guess is somebody to my left is playing Cycling, like directly to my left or 2 seats to my left. So pack 3, I think we'll have a party. Since we got that 5th pick Fox, my guess is that there's only one other Cycling player at the table, and they're pretty close to my left and not close at all on my right. I mean, obviously you never know what's going to be open, but I would guess there isn't a Cycling player at least 4 seats to my right. And the party starts. Second Fox. Don't mind if we do. At this point, with like this tight of a Cycling deck, like all these Cyclers, mostly 1 mana, a lot of 2 and 1 mana Fox, all these enabler, all these payoffs, I wonder if Flourishing Fox is the number 2 card in the set for me. Zenith Flare, obviously number 1. Is there anything else I would take over Fox in the whole set? I'm not talking about pick 1, pack 1 or something. Obviously, I take Vivian or most of the companions or whatever. But at this point in this draft, is there a card I would take over Fox except for Zenith Flare? Well, no Cycling cards, but we'll happily take Prophecy. I mean, I understand Coordinated Charge is Cycling, but Prophecy's good in a Cycling deck. Helps you avoid Flood, one of the main ways you lose. Loris, but we couldn't really use Loris, so we'd have to lose the 2 Reflections and the Moloch and the Snare Tactician. Like, Loris isn't that hard to use in Cycling. I just don't think we were going to use it. So, I mean, we could put it in our main, of course. But I don't think I would take it over Fox for the main. Okay, so Zerda, we can't play it. We have to drop these Reflections. But in the companion slot and the Tactician. But we could just put it in our main, and it makes all the Cycling 2 turn into Cycling 1. Is that even better than a Cycling 1 with a double Fox? This deck is really broken. I think I'm just going to take Ambush. Okay, well, like I said, Loris can't go in the companion slot. Main deck Zerd is good. I just think Cycling 1 cards when we have double Fox is even better. Loris can't go in the companion slot, but it can go in the main deck. We can just cycle these healers and then play them from the yard. I mean, play the Foxes from the yard, play the healers from the yard. Nothing Cycling. I don't think we're going to do the Mutate Splash. Take like Friendship or Auricorn. I doubt we're playing either. This pack is just unplayable for us. We don't have any Wolverines, so we'd rather an on-color 1-mana Cycler to an off-color one. One-mana Cyclers. All day, every day. 1-mana Cyclers. All day, every day. Keep them coming. Ask and ye shall receive. 1-mana Cyclers. All day, every day. Again, I don't think any of these cards are going to make our deck. I guess Volley's the best of the sideboard cards. I mean, I'm not going to play 16 lands, so I do need 1 or 2 more playables or from my board. I mean, it's not the end of the world to stick a Blade Banish or an Auricorn in a deck like this. I'm just saying. Oh yeah, this deck is totally broken. We don't have a single black spell, huh? Sometimes I toss these caves in these decks to cast Memory Leaks, but we actually just don't have any Memory Leaks. Or even the Cycle 2 that gives -1/-1. Guess it doesn't matter. We're not going to play Tiger. But Divine Arrow is a fine playable to slow people down while we're cycling. So we have a lot of 1-mana cyclers. I think this is about a 14-lander. Not going to play any islands. Could even go 13, but we don't have that many good playables in the board. And we also have a reunion, 2 reunions. So I think we'll do 14. So let's assume we need the turn 1 white sources. So something like that. And then we get 1 more card. Auricorn might be okay. We can put it on a Fox. Turns it into a 4/4 and it keeps all +1/+1 counters. We can put it on Loris. Make a 4/4 lifelink. That's obviously not great. We literally don't have any cyclers in the board. I think this deck could get away with 13, but we have double reunion. And we literally just are already playing 14. We're already adding a last card that isn't amazing. I mean, it's not a big deal. We'll add a Cloud Piercer, we'll add an Auricorn, a Blade Banish, whatever. But I'm just saying, it's not like we're squeezing in more cyclers or something. Yeah, okay. I'll add a Blade Banish. That seems fine. Right, I have no good cards to add. If I had like another 3 1-mana cyclers, I would play 13 lands, not only because of the 1-mana cyclers, but because I'd want to play all my cycling payoffs and all my cyclers and stuff. So I'd be more inclined to squeeze out that last land. But I have double Cathartic Reunion to mitigate Flood. So in this case, I would rather just have a 14th land. I think the tap land's definitely worth it. It cycles. Like, if it was, just a dual land, it would be way more in question. But, I mean, cycling's a powerful ability on lands to mitigate Flood. This hand looks a lot worse than it is. Obviously, it's not great, but we can reunion away 2 lands on turn 2. We're only a 14-land deck, and we know we have our mana. So, like, this is actually a pretty good hand. Just the fact that we're not going to flood or screw ever. Like, I mean, we could flood, but it would literally be ridiculous. There's 9 lands left in our whole deck. Like, it's obviously not a broken hand or anything. Like, we want to go turn 1 Fox, turn 2 Cycle or whatever. But I would never mulligan a hand like this. I would never even think about it. Thank you, Dasbouch Gaming. You know it, XD Threat. Appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing, Dasbouch Gaming. Yeah, this deck's good. I mean, it is broken, but it's not. I've had better cycling, but this deck is quite good. But yeah, no Zenith Flare, no Thundermane. We didn't actually even see Prickly Marmosets. We only finished with that 1 Taptician. But we have 2 Foxes, 2 Healers, 2 Reptilian Reflections, Loris. I've had better, I've had worse. Alright, so I think we cycle once now in case we top deck Fox. Or Healer, for that matter. Then we can just pass. Arrow like the Artisan if it attacks. Next turn, we can play the Reflection, 1-mana cycle, hit for 5 haste. I'm not going to arrow the Bug, I don't think. Maybe I will, because they could sack it and get something else anyway. You can always sack at sorcery speed, right? If they didn't have Fiend Artisan out, I wouldn't arrow the Bug. But we have Blade Banish, and they can sack the Bug and get another creature anyway. So I think I will arrow the Bug. Because of Fiend Artisan. Okay, no real decisions here. If they want to double block, they can, but I kill Fiend Artisan. Just get our beat down on. The fact that they gave this card haste is kind of egregious. Like, Reptilian Reflection is not the biggest problem. Like, obviously Zenith Flare and Fox and 1-mana cyclers and so on. But, like, this card would be so much more balanced and limited if it didn't have haste. Oh, opponent's got cards too, apparently. #1 card in the set, Vivian Monsters Advocate. That said, second reflection. I'm going to attack Vivian with both. See what they want to do. They can keep Vivian alive, but they're going to lose all 3 of their creatures and only kill 1 of my 2 reflections. Hey, that's not bad. Then they get to untap with Vivian, play more creatures, and make 3/3s. I mean, Vivian is totally busted. But this is the most I could do. I could have cycled and given 1 double strike. I might have caught them by surprise a little better. But at least this way I forced them to block with Artisan. Kill all 3 of their creatures. Pretty good. And then next turn we can cycle, hopefully Prophecy a blocker, and finish off Viv. Looks like they didn't even choose to keep Vivian around. They didn't want to chump block with Artisan. Who punted? Okay, I think while that's tapped... What did the opponent do wrong? I think they probably should have chumped, but it's not great. This even has trample. So Vivian goes down to 1, and the Artisan's gone. I mean, I'm not saying that's not worth it, but then they plus Vivian, and then I just finish Vivian off this turn, and they don't have Fiend Artisan. I hardly think that's a punt. I think it might be a slightly suboptimal play, but hardly a punt. Okay, so what do we want to do now? I think Prophecying the Artisan looks pretty good. Plenty of life to take another hit and then swallow whole something like Exile in one of these. So for now, I guess we want to cycle and attack. And then when they buy back a bug and a turn, I can Prophecy the Fiend Artisan. Again, I'm not saying their play was optimal, but hardly a big punt. Fiend Artisan as a 3/3 with its ability and double bug is clearly much better than a 3/3 token. And it was going to be pretty hard for them to keep this around. It would have went to 1, and I have a 5/4 trample out. So again, I'm not saying their play not chumping with Fiend Artisan was optimal, but it might have been suboptimal by 1% or something. It was hardly some kind of incredible punt. Okay, so I definitely want to Prophecy this Artisan, I think. Don't really have anything I particularly want to bottom right now. Could get rid of the Blade Banish. Swallow Hole will take care of a big creature or the bug. If I draw lands, I have the Reunion to get rid of them. I don't want to get rid of the Reunion. I'm not sure when you're talking about. On the Vivian turn, they could just triple block, because if I don't have double strike, they're not losing all their creatures anyway. And if they double block, it works out pretty good if I cycle and Raking Claws, but I'm still casting it instead of cycling it. And I honestly wasn't that scared of Vivian sticking around for another turn. I could decline, but I do have this situational removal spell. I think I'm getting rid of Blade Banish. I'm not worried about flooding because I have Reunion. If they play a big creature, I can always Swallow Whole it after it attacks. It is a chance... No, it's not a chance to draw Fox for my turn because of... that was during my end step. So, of course, their last card is a 6/6. But again, like I said, I have Swallow Whole. For now... Immediately punished. I'm not Psychic, despite what it looks like. I think just going to pass to them. Next turn, of course, I can take 6, go to 9, then I can activate Reflection, Swallow Whole, get rid of the Mammoth. I might just cycle Charge, because again, I'm not worried about flooding. I have Reunion. It's not like I have Zenith Flare, so I'm not digging through my deck for a ton. But it would be good if I drew like a Dranith Healer or a Snare Tactician or a Fox, so that I can attack for 5 with the Reflection instead of Swallow Holing with it. So I think I will certainly cycle the 2-mana Cycler at least. Okay, well now I'll probably cycle, and then I can just block the 5/5 and give my creature double strike. And then I can untap and swallow a hole if I don't draw anything else. But this looks pretty good. Double strike out of 5/5 here. I'm not going to cycle end a turn, because if I do draw one of my 2 foxes in an 18-card deck, I don't want to miss a counter. I don't need to use the mana. Now I'll cycle the first one, see what we get. Perfect. So now, not like that, though. Now we tap manually, because the auto-tapper didn't want me to cast Swallow Hole and Snare Tactician. But we don't have to tap the reflection, so we don't have to miss 5 damage. Yeah, but, like, also one of the ways I could lose would be, like, the Banish just doesn't hit something. I mean, I was holding a bunch of Cyclers and Cathartic Reunion. It's not like I can't dig through my deck for stuff. And it's not like I was that scared of a 6/6. As I talked about, I had Swallow Hole. So I already had the ability to kill a big creature. Oh, definitely Omniseas. Omniseas is just great in blue-red spells also, so you don't even have to go cycling, whereas Reflection's pretty much only good in cycling. And also, it's just as good in cycling, basically. Like, if you're already red-white cycling and you have to splash it, it can be awkward. But if you start with a pick one, pack one, then you can plan for it. I love Omniseas. Not much to see here. I'm going to play the Fox. I'm not going to play the Healer because I need Cyclers. Tap the Bug on their turn, and then I still have another Cycler to activate Reflection and tap another blocker. 3 lethal attackers. This game is over. Okay, no decisions here. We want to tap the 5/5 lifelink. I think they'll actually concede to this cycle. I pay my actors well. Not only do they throw the games, but they do what I ask them to do when I ask them to do it. So they have some big creatures. We definitely don't take Blade Banish out in this matchup. Volley, it can hit their Broken Rare, but only on turn 2. We didn't see any Boot Nippers, did we? I don't think so. Vivian is the card we're most interested in interacting with. I mean, Spontaneous Flight is decent against Vivian. Well, they could just call Reach. Reflection's pretty good against Vivian. Turn 1 Fox. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. I do think the companion mechanic makes cards near impossible to evaluate, but as far as in your deck, I think Vivian's the #1 card in the set. Obviously, I'm not saying that means, like, if I open Vivian and Obosh, pick one, pack one, I'm not sure which I think is better, because Obosh goes in your companion slot. But I think Vivian, for what you pay for what you get, is one of the totally busted S-tier planeswalkers. Very hard to beat. I do think they will change companion on Monday. I want to be clear, I don't know. I have no information as to what the ban is going to be on Monday, but my prediction is they will change companion. I think we can keep this. We're on the draw. We've got a 1-mana Cycler and then a 2-mana Cycler and Reunion if we find a Mountain. I think we have an emote that describes how I feel about this. I don't know, Mana Leak. Probably. They'll probably change the way Companion works across Magic so that it affects Draft too. Because they know that we don't feel like it's balanced in Draft, and I'm sure the data shows that. So I wouldn't be shocked if they were like, look, we're just updating the Companion mechanic. Now it works like X. Just across Magic. Fun Magic, Tournament Magic, Limited Magic, Constructed Magic. Like, if they ban a Companion, like if they ban Yorion, they're not going to ban Yorion from Limited. Like, one thing they might do is just ban Yorion from Standard. And in which case, Yorion's still going to be legal and Limited. But if they change the way Companion fundamentally works, I assume that change will work for Limited and Standard. I didn't say I have no information of any kind ever. I said I have no information on what they're going to ban on Monday. That is my statement about that. You know my policy. I would never lie to you. That doesn't mean I can tell you everything anybody has ever told me at all times. I believe in private conversations. But I wouldn't lie to you. If I say I don't know anything about the bans, I don't know anything about the bans. Okay, so what do we want to do? Reunion to dig up lands, probably. I would love to discard. If you want me to lie to you, I don't know. Find a less honest friend. I want to dig up land 3, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to reunion. What are we going to discard? We don't have any 2s to discard with Loris, unfortunately. I don't want to discard Tactician. Oops. Oh well. Ran out of time thinking about what to discard. I'll just cycle Shredded Sails end of their turn. It's not that big of a deal. But, I do not like Companions Unlimited. I would be ecstatic if they changed the way Companion works for Limited and Constructed. And I would be surprised if they do change the way Companion works, if it won't be for Limited also. That would just be weird. If they're going to say Companion now works this new way, why wouldn't it work that way in Limited? So I'm not saying what they're going to do. Again, I have zero information of any kind as to what the bans are going to be Monday. But my prediction is they will change Companion. We'll see if I'm right or wrong. And if they do, it would be shocking if it didn't affect Limited to change. Now, if they just ban something, then it's not going to affect Limited. If they just go, Yorion is banned in Standard, it's not going to also be banned in Limited. Okay, so we can swallow whole, but then we don't have it for Omori, but that's fine because we have Blade Banish for Omori. So I think we just cycle, or Cathartic Reunion. I think we Cathartic Reunion like we should have done last turn. We can get rid of Reptilian Reflection and like the other Reunion. And now swallow whole the tapped creature. And then we have Blade Banish for Omori, and life is good. I do not believe a card has ever been banned in Limited, no. Yeah, they might just do other things, too. It wouldn't be shocking at all if they were just like, Companion is changed like this, and Agent of Treachery is banned, or in Standard. Or Companion is changed like this, and Fires is banned in Standard. I see no need to cycle the anything right now. I'm just going to Blade Banish the Companion because it lowers the cost of things and it's a nice big creature. I'm going to hold all the cyclers and the cycling land. We can play Tactician, cycle for 1, tap whatever they play this turn on their turn. We are through both reunions, and we didn't discard any lands to them, so Flood Out is a concern. So I don't want to play this Triome. I'm just going to go about this game nice and slow. We killed their 2 good threats already. Tactician kills things. Prophecy kills things. Just going to play this game super slow and grindy. I'm going to cycle the 3-mana card now. Make sure we leave a white open in case we find Fox, which we have 2 of. I will hold lands for Fire Prophecy, but with 8 of them left, we're on a bunch of cards that just literally cycle, we're going to draw another land sooner or later. And we know we want land 5 in play, because, I mean, we already have Moloch to cast. So, if we were to play Moloch, what can we play from the yard? Shredded Sails, basically nothing. So there's not really much incentive to do that right now. I think I'll just chill. We got plenty of cycles. I don't mind hitting them for 2. Cycling one of these cards like Shredded Sails. That's a 2-mana cycler that I don't expect to cast against the black-green deck here. I could play the land, but I don't want to. I'd rather just cycle it. Like I said, we already used both our reunions. So Flood Out is a potential way to lose, right? If I just start drawing a lot of lands. Look, 40% of my deck is lands. And every one of these cycle cards draws a card and doesn't do a whole lot. So Flood Out is one of the main ways that we're worried about losing this game. So I wanted to cycle that Triumph. I didn't want to put that in play from here. I know off the Moloch. I'm saying, like, I don't want to do that. I want to save the Moloch to buy back a Fox or a Dranith Stinger or something like that. Alright, let's start by Prophecying away the Naturalist, even though it's not a particularly good card. Prophecy only kills small creatures anyway. Now I'm going to play Healer. Just again, now we're attacking for 4 a turn instead of 2. Plenty of Cyclers. I'm not really afraid of much. I Reunion the second Reunion because the rest of my cards in the hand were better than Reunion at that point. Flood is now my biggest concern. 100 turns ago, I had bigger fish to fry. Remember, this is the game they had a Mori and whatever 3/3 Mole out and stuff, and I didn't have more to do. Okay, so now they'll kill the Healer, so now we can do what I said, which is Moloch back Healer. Max value. So we drew Fox, though. So do I want to Moloch and Fox, or do I want a Moloch Healer? I guess I'll just wait for a turn on Fox anyway. It's not like we have a ton of Cyclers left in hand at this point. I don't know. I was going by the on-tap thing when I said the percent, not doing the math. Alright, let's see. So what happens if I attack with the 4/4? I can, like, double strike and arrow to get through the 6/6. I'm getting 2 for 1, but clears the way for the 4/4. I don't want to trade Healer for Bug. Like, I would happily attack with Healer if they block with Mammoth, and then I can Divine Arrow it. But if they block with Bug, they just get Bug back for free. I don't want to play for a stalemate forever. I mean, they could top deck Vivian. I think I'm going to attack with the 4/4. If they block with the Mammoth, I'm pretty happy to claws an arrow here. I'll keep my 4/4, clear their 6/6. So now let's do the first 4, the first strike. Now let's arrow before regular damage. And then I'm going to play Fox. I'm not going to play Healer because 2/2s don't really attack well into Coil Bug. I'm not going to cycle now because I might top deck Reptilian Reflection. I think I still have one of those left. And there's the Vivian off the top. Game is going to be tight. Okay, so let's start by cycling. I guess the Healer. There's a chance if I draw a bunch of Cyclers, I'll actually play the Crater because I have Fox out. I don't expect that to happen, but you never know. Okay, so there's the Reflection we talked about. Now we got to cycle the Crater to turn it on. No more help. Looks like an everything at Vivian to me. If Vivian dies, we have a pretty good board. If they want to keep Vivian alive, at least that involves chump blocks and stuff, I think, if it's even possible. Again, math is for blockers. Do we have enough left to win? What's left in my deck? Second Fox, Vantasaur. Gonna be tight. We need a Zenith Flare. I don't know if we're going to be able to close this game or not. Yeah, we've got a Fox, we've got a Vantasaur, we've got a Coordinated Charge. We don't have much. Yeah, I don't think they were too concerned about keeping bugs around since they're recursive. So their block was fine. They also could have done what you said, which is double block the Fox and eat the 2-2. Instead, they double block the 5-4 and eat the 2-2. It looks sweeter to double block the Fox because it's a 3-3, but again, they don't care about the bugs living, really. So now that Vivian is dealt with, we can wait, see if we draw the other Fox before cycling. I don't know if we can win. I think I'm probably going to deck. We have Venusaur, Charge, Fox, and like 3 or 4 lands left. I think I'm just going to cycle now. I think we have to go in as quick as we can here. So if I attack with Mullick and they double block, +2/+1 doesn't really do anything. It just kills Bug. If I attack with Fox and they double block, I have to top deck one of the other 2 cyclers. But I'm just trading a 4-4 for a 3-3 here and getting in my 4 damage anyway. I really don't know how I win. I think I'm going to deck. Charge doesn't help me there, really. I mean, it kills Bug. My plan is to have them buy back Bug and then double block Fox. And then I cycle. And then, I mean, they can buy back a Bug and play it every turn, but I have another Fox and Vantasaur. I mean, like I said, I think I'm going to deck, but if I cycle the Charge there, it tells them not to double block the Fox this turn, just to block it with 1. So that's why I didn't cycle it there, because it's just 1 point of damage. No Crater left. I mean, this isn't a deck that should struggle to close. This game was just like, they had infinite recursive resources, and I reunioned away spells, and then had a lot of lands left. The Bug game is real. I do agree. Mostly the Vivian game is real, but I still agree. I mean, I don't think what happened is indicative of what I would expect. Like I said, I think we just kind of drew our cards in a not great order. I don't think we need Gremlin in. We should be able to close with Loris, double Reptilian Reflection, double Fox, Taptician. Like, our deck is not that bad at closing. I think we just drew our cards in a not great order there. Okay, I'm going to start by cycling away the Crater. I don't know whether I'm going to cycle the Healer before I play Loris or just play the Healer on turn 2. I mean, Healer's not the most efficient against their bugs, but if I trade with a bug on turn 2 and then I get to bring it back for free, that's pretty good too anyway. So I think I'm just going to curve out here. It's only okay against Vivian, and it's pretty bad in my deck in general. Reach is an option on the Vivian creatures. Yeah, but the thing is, Federico, it only tells it to them, like, in an irrelevant way. Because if I drew and decked, then they would learn I didn't have Flare when I ran out of cards and decked, right? They weren't going to kill me. They were going to win that game by decking me. So they would have found it out anyway. They've got some removal. Vivian gives reach. Boarding and Spontaneous Flight in this cycling deck is silliness. You don't have to, like, try and trump what your opponent did at the very last game. You can just play Magic. This is why people say, like, a lot of people would be better off not even sideboarding, because over sideboarding is a really bad thing. Like, you could really ruin your decks worrying about specific situations. Like, that game was not indicative of how all the games are going to go. That game was just how that game was going to went because of the order the cards were drawn. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like after a couple pretty good games, they missed a land drop. Next turn, I can play the Creator and the Tactician. I can't give it haste also because it's one to play it. But I can play it from the yard, thanks to Loris. And then I'll be able to give haste to the rest of my creatures for the rest of the game. So that's kind of nice. He did get Magic the Gathering, or they did anyway. I don't know if Sherrigan's. But yeah, 2 good games. Unfortunate game 3 after those first 2 games, which were both excellent. Okay, there's nothing for 1 white mana, so that doesn't really matter. No, they took a mulligan, so they might have just kept the second hand with 1 land and, like, Naturalist and Bug or whatever on the draw. Oh, they discarded a land? Well, that's unfortunate then. I didn't catch that. Fox. Yadaro is fine. Like, people act like Yadaro is worse than it is because you don't cycle it 4 times and get an 8/8 trample for free. But, like, it's good. Yadaro is a good card. You cycle it and you tap something or whatever, and then you draw it later. You have 7 mana, you cast it, you have an 8/8 trample haste. Yadaro is a good card, but it's not Fox. Turn 1 Fox is just broken in this deck. So let's see. I'm going to be a little greedy and put back a land. We have cyclers. Flood is always one of my biggest concerns. Yeah, greed is good. You know how we do. That's why we made the emote, right? That's why we made that sweet emote. Hey, never punish. That's how it's supposed to be. Who wants to get punished? Punishments suck. Okay, can't play too many lands because we do have those reunions, but I think land 4 is fine to put in play. See what they do. Yorion is kind of rough. We can't sales it. It's a 4/5. For now, cycle. Guess we're not doing anything. Don't really want to spend Raking Claws and a healer on Ceratops. Well, now we can play 1 land because Reunion costs 2. Oops. Thank you, Plucko. Appreciate that subscription. I bottomed a land, too. Remember that greedy bottom after the mulligan? But we got 6 lands left in our deck. 1 of them cycles, so that's only 5. Plus 2 reunions, which would be awesome draws. So we'll see what we draw. I mean, every time we cycle, we're gaining 2 life. It's 23 to 16. I mean, this game is far from over. We could draw Swallow Whole or Passive Fizz, or not Passive and Blade Banish. We could draw those Reflections, Cyclers, Cathartic Reunion, which we have 2 of, would be an excellent draw. This game is far from over. We are flooded right now, but let's see what's up. The best draw, of course, would be one of the 2 reunions. That's what I'm really hoping for. I might attack and cast that, right? I don't know what they're going to do next turn. Nah, it's better to dig to those reunions and reflections. If I draw Fox, I'm going to be so mad. That's not how I wanted to tap Auto Tapper. Can I get an over-under line on when Wizards programs in your library and, like, card drawing into the Auto Tapper? It should happen eventually, right? That's true. In this case, I have 2 Fox and 2 Footfall, so it can't even know. But we do have a lot of good draws. Like I said, there's not that many lands. Reunion gets rid of these 2 lands right away and should mostly fill our hand with spells. Blade Banish takes out their 1 good threat. We have plenty of decent draws here. So we can Fire Prophecy the Mentor. That looks like something we want to be doing, especially because they can blink it and mentor something else potentially. Plus, we get rid of one of these lands. All right, no help there. Not many. 14 lands, 2 on the bottom, 2 in hand, 1 in the graveyard. So that's 6, 8, 10, 11. So there's 3 lands we can realistically draw for the rest of the game. Alright, so what can we Moloch? Unfortunately, just spells. I mean, we could Shredded Sails, but that's a point short of killing Urian. Can't get Fire Prophecy, obviously. We don't need Triome. We can't cycle it, right? We can only play it if we Moloch it. Raking Claws for double strike might be interesting. I mean, I could attack with a healer. No, they'll just block with Urian. Moloch's really not doing a whole lot for us here. I guess I could coordinate a charge next turn, potentially. I might just cycle it. Nah, it's crazy to cycle a 4/4. Stops all these ground creatures. Yeah, we need the 4/4. I agree. I'll just get charge. Or no, I'll get claws, because I can give double strike to the 4/4 next turn. Oh, a charge does that even better, and it might help out the healers. I'll just get charge. I mean, I don't mind losing the healers. I have Loris in there to bring them back, too. So if they attack with Urian, I mean, I'll happily attack and charge. They can trade off with my healers. I'll be ecstatic. If they hold Urian back, we'll see what we draw. Maybe we top deck Blade Banish or something. Not that we can cast that and charge. So that's a little annoying because it could still eat a healer even through a charge. I mean, we'll have to see what we draw, but I could see throwing away a 2/2 to have a nice attack this turn. Just what I wanted to draw. So I'm going to attack with everything because we have coordinated charge here. Again, you know, I know we're not looking great on board, but we still got plenty of life. If we draw Reunion, we're not going to draw lands off it. There's literally, like, none. There's, like, 2 left in our 18-card deck, if you don't count the 2 lands on the bottom. So maybe we'll draw Reunion or Loris, Blade Banish, or Swallow Whole. I mean, I'm not sure that if we just draw 1 card a turn, we're going to win this game. But we do have double Reunion in our 18-card deck, and then almost all spells. Okay, you got me. Okay, so they have Yorion, so Blade Banish is excellent. It's always going to have a target. Other than that, some early junk. Nothing too scary. We didn't see enchantments. Seems fine. I think they will have a new rule for Companion, but it's just my prediction. Again, I don't know anything. Well, they didn't really have an alpha without casting that, so I kind of get why they showed it. If they alpha'd, I would have blocked, and then I wasn't dead. And then if I on-tap and draw, I mean, what if I draw Zenith Flare? Ambush doesn't save them. I think they were probably right to show it. The Foxes, oh, if you play a turn 1 Fox in Limited, it's totally broken. So I'm not going to draw them turn 1, because that would just be silly. Be reasonable. So what do we want to do? We know Blade Banish is never off because they have Yorion. Think we just play it slow. I want to cycle the Triome. I'm not really under much pressure. I can Prophecy something they drop. Get rid of the Reunion. I have no idea, Terabad. I don't even know if there is one. They might just announce Yorion is banned in Standard. That would not be shocking. I hope there's a new Companion rule, because then it'll probably affect Limited too, so I'm hoping for that. But who knows? I mean, they could just get rid of it also. Like, they could not ban the cards, just ban the Companion slot. Like, that's a feasible option. Okay, for now, I'm going to cycle. Because we can discard our next land and that mountain to the Reunion, potentially. If they play something worth banishing, we can do that. If they play something worth prophesying, we can get rid of the land. I mean, we're like a turn 1 Fox or a controlling deck. It's kind of tricky. Well, we also have the 2 reflections to get aggro. We just haven't been drawing them. Looks like they missed on a lead. So now I do want to get to land 5 to play Moloch to bring back Fox. Okay, that's certainly good enough to Prophecy. We don't super have anything we want to discard, but we do want to find land 5. We have to keep Banish for Yorion. So I think let's start by cycling. We can always cycle one more time. Now I'm going to get rid of 1 Reunion. We still have a backup Reunion, and we want to play the next land we draw anyway. So we have no lands we're looking to get rid of anytime soon. Unfortunately, still no land 5. So we don't really have much to do now, I guess. Just cycle the 2 mana cyclers, see what we get. Actually, I guess we do have another Fox and stuff, so I should still cycle this. No, now I'm going to hold it, because now that we have land 5, after Moloch, I'm going to play Fox, and then I can cycle after I play the Fox to grow the Fox. Okay, there's Yorion, but I think this turn we're better off going Moloch Fox. We can always Blade Banish the Yorion next turn. See, Moloch is sweet. This is what a cycling uncommon should look like for limited. And this is what a cycling mythic rare should look like. Yeah, we're okay with Fox dying. I mean, I can't stop them from trapping unless I cycle 3 times first. If they want to spend this turn trapping Fox, my next turn is Blade Banish Yorion, hit them for 6. It's a pretty good sequence. Ouch. So now we have to decide. There's a nice tapped creature to Swallow Hole, but we also have Blade Banish. Did we see other 4-power creatures out of them? What do they have? I remember most of their creatures were like 3-5, 3-4. I'm not sure that we saw other targets for Blade Banish. That was the previous opponent, I think. So I think what I'm going to do now is Blade Banish Yorion. Then next turn, we can play Loris. They can trap it, but we still get to immediately play Healer or Fox from our yard. Currently I have no Cyclers, so I'm not sure which I'll play. I mean, Fox is still a probably better threat. We do have plenty of cycling left, right? Development. Not a ton. Charge, Vantasaur. Maybe I'll just play the 2-2. I mean, we're definitely casting Loris. And then we can immediately play Healer or Fox. I think Healer is better. Well, the next time we draw a land, we can just reunion and get 3 new cards. It's not like that one game. 30% of our deck is so is land, but after we draw a land, then we get 3 more cards. So I'm not super worried about it. I mean, we still have Double Reflection. We have Vantasaur. It's not like we can't close here. I don't expect a deck. I'm not saying it's impossible if they just draw a great never-ending barrage of spells. I'm not going to cycle now because we have Double Reflection still in the library, and it gets haste. So I'm going to chill for a second in case we top deck one of the 2 Reflections. Okay, we didn't do that, but of course we did draw a 6-drop. I don't really want to cycle that. Not that scared of them spending all their mana on Brushwag. Think this turn, I'm just going to do this. They'd have to double pump pre-combat to play around Arrow, which would be a sweet play. If they don't do that, I can Arrow away the Brushwag. If they do that, they can hit me for 7, but then next turn I'll be fine. I can just double block it with these after I cycle into turn. And I still have Snare Tactician, I think, as well as... Okay, so I need a cycle in response. Because you keep the counters. Not going to cycle away a 3-6 now, so... Okay. Even though I drew Reflection, I still would rather have a 3-6 in play to attack or block every turn than a 5-4 that goes back to being a 5-4 next turn. I mean, that goes back to just being an enchantment next turn. And we don't have many cyclers left, but I think I have a couple. I have a Healer, Development, Shredded Sails. So we should be alright. Should get a game 3 here. Okay, so Even though they don't have a lot of targets for Blade Banish, they do have the Mammoth, and they have Yorion in the companion slot, so they'll have it every game. I don't think we're changing much. I don't need 1/1 tokens against them. Seems fine to me. What is Light of Hope hitting? They didn't have enchantments, did they? I mean, the 1 Mystic Subdual? That doesn't seem very good. I'm not going to board in a couple islands just to play Convolute. Remember, we don't have any blue duels. We don't have a Farfinder. The 1 blue land I have cycles, so a lot of times I'm going to cycle it, not play it. If I were blue, I might board in Convolute. I agree they have a slow deck with, like Convolute would be good against their deck. Not good enough, though, to board in a color. We're not actually blue at all. We have a red, blue, white cycling land, but I mean, that's a cycling land. We want to cycle it a lot of the time. And then we have no blue cards to cast, like no blue mana other than that. Yeah, Archipelago could come in if we did bring in Convolute, but again, we'd have to board in like 4 islands or something. I would feel very differently if we had a Farfinder and an Evolving Wilds. We have like no blue fixing. We have 1 Triome, and that's a cycling land in our cycling deck. Yeah, Sails can hit the artifact. I don't think we want to do that. I would rather than just spend 4 mana and kill Healer. For now, I think I'm going to Reunion. We already have a bunch of lands. Let's work through these. See what we pull up. I'm not scared of them killing my cards. I have Loris to bring it back. I have Rooting Moloch to bring it back. It's a pretty good turn for me if they spend their turn tapping 4 and trading Trap for Fox. Now, don't get me wrong. If I untap, I'll either bring Fox to a 4/4 or kill the trap, probably. But it's not like the goal is to prevent them from trapping my Fox here. It's a good turn cycle for me, and I have 2 ways to recur this from the graveyard. For now, let's get rid of these lands again, so that we guarantee we can't flood, because we've already discarded 4 lands. And we'll just dig through our deck. This is what we do. Yeah, like I said, if I had an Evolving Wilds and a Farfinder, I would consider the Archipelago off the splash and the Convolute when it's good. I'm definitely with you. But I have 0 fixing. I have 1 Triome, and I want to cycle that more than I want to play it. Obviously, if I draw like a 2-lander and it's in my opening hand, I'm going to play it. But more often than not, I'm going to cycle it. It's in there to be a split card, because I can pump my Foxes and, turn on my Reflections and all that good stuff by cycling it. Can we just pretend this flies? I'll let you give it flying for free. Boom. Alright, so now they do have to deal with this Fox. Guess we only need to cycle twice if they double block. So I'm going to play a land, this way I can cycle for 3 and cycle for 2. If they take it, let's start by cycling for 3. Probably won't cycle again right now, given we have Sails and Arrow. I can't really kill the Parcel Beast unless they attack. If they attack, I can try and Divine Arrow it. Obviously, I don't care about taking 1. So if they attack with the Glimmerbell, I'm not going to Divine Arrow that. Or Sails it. I'll just cycle Sails, because that grows my Fox and I get a new card. But if they attack with the Goriak, I'm definitely going to try and Divine Arrow it, because that's a Parcel Beast. So I don't know if they have something for this or not. I'm going to do it before blockers, because if they give it like +2/+2, I can block with Healer. I'm not going to block with Healer first, because if they have a counter or something, I might really regret that block. So we'll Divine Arrow it, see if they do anything. We haven't blocked yet, so if it's +1/+1 or +2/+2, Healer can still block. Okay, so let's see. If I attack with Fox, I can grow it to a 5/5, so they can kill it, but it has to involve Yorion. Honestly, I have 3 more Cyclers in hand. I think since I drew Reflection, I'm just going to play Reflection here. Cycle. If they want to trade Yorion for Reflection, I'm ecstatic. Fox can stay home for 1 turn. So I need to be able to cycle 3 times to attack into the Mammoth, which I can do. But if they don't block, what happens? They take 7 if I do that. I guess if they don't block, I can just hit them for 4, and then I can have the Reflection, and I can double block the Mammoth with Reflection and Healer. And if they do block, then I'm happy to triple cycle. So I guess attacking with Fox works. So if they take it, I'm not cycling at all. I'm just playing Reflection and passing. If they block it, then I'll triple cycle, and then we eat the 6/6. Life is good. I don't think I'm casting Charge. Crater, I'm not casting either, but it cycles for 1 instead of 2. And that every mana might matter. I have Reflection to play and then cycle. I also might play Crater if they're in chump block mode at some point. I mean, they're still at 21, but this Fox is gigantic. Yeah, I know it gives Trample, but if they're chumping every turn, they're losing anyway, right? It's not like I need to give it Trample. They're more than welcome to chump block it. For now, let's start with Reflection, cycle 1 of the Craters, turn on our 5/4. And then I think I'm just going to attack with all of my creatures. I don't need the Healer. If they want to trade their Mentor for it, I'm happy. Since we drew a land, we can play a land. Now we still have a land to put on the bottom with Prophecy. It's not really that close a race. If they go for a double block on the Reflection, we get them good with the Prophecy here. Life is good. Even if they have Mystic Subdual, it does almost nothing. Doesn't affect this double block combat scenario. They can turn Fox off. It'll still be a 6/8, or they can turn Healer into an 0/2. Life is good. Regalto seems to agree. Nice, tough, hard-fought match. Let's get to the finals. I'm going to just close and reopen Arena immediately. I'm not really having internet problems, but Arena does that memory dump thing, and we saw it pause there with the black screen for a little bit. So I'm not going to like restart the stream. I'm just going to restart Arena. It's because it's my second monitor. I have all my icons and stuff on my other monitor. I do think Cycling is the best archetype in Ikoria Limited. I think it's number 1. I think Blue-Red Spells is number 2. I think Humans and Mutate are tier 1, 3, and 4 pretty close. Fake sip of water. There's not much in there, but I got a little out of there. Alright, so we're salvaging the day. We started off, 1 and 2, and then 2 and 3, but now we're up to, 5 and 3? So if we can win this one, we'll trophy one of the 3, and we'll have a 6 and 3 day. Not the worst. Nothing to write stories about, but not the worst. Well, I wish this was a Plains, but I'm still not mulliganing. We have 2 1-mana cyclers. Turn 2 Fox is fine by me. Turn 1 Fox, even better. Where's the cycling emote? Just rip the plains for the turn 1 Fox? I mean, they might just kill it. If they don't have a prophecy, then this game's gonna... Or a deadweight, then the game's pretty much over. If they do, then the plot just continues, right? Alright, so let's cycle the 6-drop. Of course, now I will play the land, even though I want to cycle this most of the time. Now it lets me cast Prophecy or Healer or Reflection if I draw one more land. The bicycle emote, the cycling emote. Alright, no land for now. There's nothing to Prophecy. I don't love missing land drops, but it's not the worst with a deck like this. I'm going to put out Healer. It stops the 1/1s, gains life as we dig up lands. Oh, that's about the best card they could play right now, because I can't Prophecy it. Just discard one of these 2-mana cyclers that don't matter much. I think Sail's probably a little better than Charge still. That's a good draw for us, too, though. We're a little behind in life, but if we do arrow away the Whisperer, we're hitting for 2, we're only taking 1 back, and every time we cycle, we gain a life. So I think it's worth dealing 2 to take 1 back. Hey, thanks, Mr. Metronome, for that subscription. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, too. What Mr. Metronome is talking about is Friday. The top 4 from the previous 2 weeks of 8-person drafts are going to be playing off, which both me and Mr. Metronome are in. So it looks like they didn't want to lose Whisper to Arrow. Okay. We can spend our mana cycling. I'm not unhappy about that at all. Try and dig up those lands. I don't know if they're sniping or not. I'm not really worried about it. It's not really attacking or blocking, and it's letting me cycle to dig up lands. I'm not even sure if they knew I had Arrow, if it would be right to not attack. If they have outs, like if they're going to, whatchamacallit, mutate this into a 5 toughness this turn, then they shouldn't attack. But at the end of the day, all they did there was let me cycle and dig up lands while I was missing land drops, instead of making me spend my mana on Divine Arrow. Like, I'm not even sure if it was a good play for them. For now, I'm chilling. It's really tough, old dirty boy. It's really tough. I'm not saying they are or aren't ghosting. Yes, that's a possible indicator of it. But again, I don't even think the play was good. I think if it were me and I knew my opponent had Divine Arrow, I think I would attack in that spot. Because they're a cycling deck. So if you attack and they spend their mana on Arrow, it's more likely they can't cycle and find their lands when they already missed a land drop. So, like, look. People, you see this in the chat all the time. People hate letting their opponent use their cards for some reason. So I left up Arrow mana. It's a common. Maybe they just didn't want to get a 4/4 Menace Divine Arrowed. They should, because it's not like I'm ever going to have to tap that 2 mana during my main phase. Cycling is an instant speed ability, so I don't even think the play was good. But like I said, that's how people are. People really hate letting their opponent use their cards for some reason. You see it all the time in the chat, how I'm like, look, if they have this card, it's just going to do about the same this turn as next turn and the turn after, so I'm just going to attack, right? But you see how often in the chat people don't want to do that. Again, I'm not saying they are or aren't, I have no idea, but Divine Arrow is common. It's not like it's that absurd. Okay, so I think I'm going to Prophecy this 2/2 bug end of turn. I know they can recur it, but I'm really looking for cyclers now, because I have double Reptilian Reflection, and I'm not really dying to cycle Moloch, although I might do it. I have a Fox to bring back. and a 3/6. But that is what I was looking for, a nice cheap cycler. Remember, we still have the arrow. It's still going to work. So playing around the arrow only helped me because it let me spend my mana when I was choked on mana on cycling. And now that I have extra mana, I can make my land drop, cycle, and play arrow. And I'm still going to arrow the same 4/4 away, which was kind of my whole point. Nothing I can do about that. A good example of when you play around arrow in a spot like that is if you have a card in your hand that gives like that's going to turn it into a 5 toughness next turn. Then you play around arrow because then the following turn you're going to grow bigger, right? That's when you play around it. I still want to leave the arrow up right now. I'm just going to end up cycling the Moloch to turn on the 5/4. See, they have Harvester, so... But that couldn't have been in their hand, right? They would have done it. I had the healer out the whole time. Okay, so do I want to lose Reflection or Fox? I'm going to swallow whole away the Whisper. I think I'd rather just lose Reflection, right? I held the land because of Cavern Whisper. Because I'm going to tap Fox this turn to get rid of the Chittering Harvester. And I don't have that many more cyclers in hand at the moment. Reflection does dodge Rock Slide, that's true. But my Fox is going to... I have a lot of cyclers in the stack, and my Fox is already going to be a 3/3 next turn. I didn't Moloch the Fox because I felt like it was better to leave Divine Arrow open. Remember, I couldn't play Moloch and Fox last turn. I had to cycle to be able to attack with the Reflection. So I could have played Moloch, land Moloch, and then targeted the Fox to use on the following turn. Alright, so let's start by reunioning. We certainly don't need this Divine Arrow. Looks pretty good. We could play land Loris, but then if they kill it, we don't get something. Or we could wait a turn, and then we could play Fox or Healer off it. I think we just wait a turn. Nah, because we have the Loris, we have the Fox too, so we have 2 good targets for removal. I'm not even sure if they have removal, which one I'd rather them kill, Loris or Fox. If they have Clash of the Titans, I'm going to vomit. But assuming they're holding like a spot removal, I don't even know which of those 2 creatures I'd rather lose. Our creature has lifelink here, so assuming they don't do anything to kill us or anything, I don't mind this either. They can hit us, but then when we hit, we'll get our 3 life back. Ah, the mutual destruction. That was bad for me. Okay, so now we gotta find something or we're dead. Let's go digging. Well, this game was super awkward. I thought we were going to win at all times. Well done by the opponent. So they're a black-red sack deck. So we want removal to disrupt them. Blade Banish looked alright. We saw Harvester and Cavern Whisperer. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have played Loris. I'm honestly not sure. I mean, we might have... it's just so much less mana, and the Fox was just going to be a big creature in play. Moloch, I mean, I know I had a decent amount of mana at that point, but I think that play was right. Because I have to swallow whole the tapped Harvester with something. I mean, I could go land Moloch, swallow whole, and then play the fox the following turn, I would have died anyway to those cards, because they would have connection my 5/5 Moloch or something. I don't think I did anything wrong. I think they just had a handful of business there. Maybe I shouldn't have played Loris on the last turn. I'm not 100% on that. So they had Forbidden Friendship, but they had 2 good targets for Blade Banish. Could bring in Volley. We could bring in our own Friendship. Yeah, Friendship's decent against Harvester, and it's decent against their Friendship. I like it. That makes sense to me. The only play that whole game I think might have been a mistake was playing Loris, and I'm not sure it was or wasn't. I mean, Fox and Loris were pretty close in how valuable they were. I only really regret playing Loris if they clash, or if they steal it and sack it to mutual destruction, or if I get punished for having 2 creatures out. The reason I ultimately chose to play it was because it was about equivalent in value to the other creature I already had out. So they saw the arrow, and they clearly are looking to play around arrow, so I'm going to board that out in favor of the Friendship here. Most of their creatures were pretty small and not great targets. I think I'm going to draw first. They have Dead Weight, kind of a grindy deck, me too. Okay, so what are we going to bottom? Bottom Tactician. It's a really good card, but I probably will do most of my cycling before I get there. I could bottom Mountain. It's ultra greedy, but I do have the draw step, and then I have 2 1-mana cyclers. I really could just bottom Mountain here. Am I that greedy? I mean, so what are we deciding between? We're not going to bottom Friendship. We're not going to bottom, like, 1-mana cyclers, I don't think. I'm going to bottom Mountain. Remember, if we don't draw the plains for Fox, then we can cycle Fox for a colorless. So that's why I bottom Mountain. We have 2 1-mana cyclers on the draw. Pretty glad I chose to draw, at least. I'm not convinced they're ghosting either. People love to play around tricks. I left up Divine Arrow. I wouldn't be shocked at all if they just decided to play around it, because that's how people are. And I still maintain it would have been a better play for them to just attack and let me arrow on turn 2, or on turn 4, or whatever, because I cycled and found land drops. I would have missed land drops had they done that. Okay, I'm not going to block here. Attack back, play Tactician. Then we can put out Fox before we start cycling. Well, if Fox isn't going to grow that much, how many times is Reflection going to get activated? And I wasn't going to attack with the Reflection next turn if I'm going to Swallow Whole with it. It was a close play, but I think there was more value in keeping the Fox around. Okay, what am I discarding? Probably just the expensive Cycler that doesn't do anything besides cycle, given this also cycles and has a better ability. I see no real choices here. We don't need a healer in play. Still have plenty of life, and we need the Cyclers to tap the 4/4 and to grow the Fox. Okay, we have plenty of Cyclers. I think there's almost no way I'm casting Moloch. So let's cycle it. Tap Poacher so we can just attack with everything. Pretty far out in front as far as this race. I don't think we were that close to lethal. Oh, double strike. So if we cycle... Yeah, and then cast this, it's +5. So we have to cycle into a cycler, and it has to be like a 1 or 2 mana cycler, give or take the mountain. But I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to cycle main phase there, right? What if we miss? Like, now I'm cycling and tapping things. What if I cycle and I don't draw another cycler? Then I miss a Tactician tap. That just seems bad. So now with 1 black, there's nothing they can do, right? This just looks like lethal. Oh, they can return the Phoenix. What am I saying? I just missed that. Tapped? Tapped. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff. Game 3 for all the marbles. Final game, final draft, trophy on the line. Kind of want the Divine Arrow back now that we saw the Phoenix. That's just another really good target for it. I do like the Friendship. I mean, we're going to be on the draw. We could board out like a land and a Reunion, since they are kind of an aggro deck, and board in like a Friendship and an Arrow. So we just have more cheap interaction, and then hopefully we won't flood, but we're down to 13 lands, one of which cycles. Presumably we'll be on the draw. Yeah, Tactician should have been a rare, like, or an uncommon, but probably a rare. Well, we're on the draw with a turn 1 Fox. You know I'm not going to mulligan. They've got a deadweight. Hopefully they didn't draw it. Hopefully we'll draw a land or two so we can go nuts with this Fox. I mean, we have 2 1-mana cyclers, so it's not that big of a gamble. Of course, they do got the deadweight. Magic continues. So I think I'm going to play healer. The life seems valuable. It's a grindy matchup. I do want to dig up lands, but I can always start cycling next turn. Try and find them. And then with 1 healer out, I'll gain life at least. I don't think there's any way I'm playing haste creatures this turn, so let's start by attacking. Then I do want to dig up lands more than I want to put out a second 2/2. So first and foremost, I think I'm going to cycle. See if we can find a land. No such luck. Let's cycle, see if we can find a land. Boo. But we have more cycling and a 2-mana card, and most of our deck is cycling or 2 mana. So obviously I do want to draw lands, but if they're not really pressuring us, it's not the end of the world for now. So if I cycle the 1-mana card and then we find a land, we could Friendship. But I think I'd rather just cycle both of these now anyway. No, maybe not. Maybe I want the 1-mana... Okay, I think I cycle the 2-mana card, and then if I find a land, and then I find a second land, I can Reflection and 1-mana cycle. I mean, I don't think I'm casting Moloch, right? And casting Forbidden Friendship does nothing right now. So that works out okay. At the very least, if I don't draw a land, I can go Fox and then cycle the 1-mana card. I'm not saying Tactician should be banned, it just shouldn't be a common. I'm not saying it should be banned from Limited or something like that. Okay, so we can already lure us back a Fox, so we definitely want to wait till we have 4 mana. I think I just want to play Tactician. Maybe they can kill it, maybe they can't. If they can't, then when I cycle to dig up more lands, I'll get to tap their big creatures. Zenith Flare rare. But I would do both. And more. I would make, like, Tactician uncommon, Zenith Flare mythic, Fox rare, and probably some of the 1-mana cyclers. I would leave at 1, but I would make them, like, a blue to cycle or a black to cycle. Like, I like that they cycle for 1. I just don't think they need to cycle for a colorless, some of them. Menace. It's going to be a tight one. I mean, they're down to 1 card in hand. Hopefully they're almost out of business. For now, if I put out a 5/4 and I double block the 5/4 Menace, they can grow it to a 6/5, so they can kill both of mine. That's not really that bad for me, though. If they have, like, a steal something, they can't steal Reflection. Think I just play Reflection and pass here. Gotta try and play defense from this position. If I get a land, I can go like Loris Healer or Loris Fox. I can play Friendship and Reflection. And you could also play 3-color cycling, because there's pretty good fixing in this format with the 10 common duels, Far Finder, Evolving Wilds. So if they cost if it cost a black to cycle Memory Leak and a blue to cycle Startling Involvement and Frostvale Ambush, you could still just play like Mardu or Jeskai cycling, but you'd have to play 3 colors worth of lands. I think that would have been more interesting. The first one I drafted of the 3 today, Professor Croc. And I mean, I got hit over the head by cycling in this draft. It was wide open. So I don't think I mind this trade, the double block. Yeah, they'll get both, but ultimately my hand is action-packed. I don't want to accidentally die. If they have, like, removal, they can eat a healer for free. Who cares? If they pump, they kill both, but I kill their big creature. Then I get to play Loris, play something from the yard immediately. Seems fine to me. Healer did its job. So now we didn't get a white, so we can't go Loris and play any of the white creatures that we want to play. So I think this turn looks like Reflection and Friendship. Friendship gives us a double block on the 3/2. We can't block the 2/4, but who cares? It's just 2 damage. We're at 14. I'm definitely happy to trade my 2 1/1s for their 3/2. This makes me think they might have Chittering as a Harvester or something, but whatever. In play at the moment, they don't have anything to put it on. I don't want to take 3 extra damage. If we draw Plains, then we can Loris and play something. If not, we can activate the 5/4 at instant speed. Think for now I actually just have to chill. I don't want to play Loris until I can play something, not Footfall Crater, Healer, or Fox. Fox lets me activate the Reflection at instant speed in combat to block one of the 2/4s. I'm down for that. I'll cycle Fox to do that. But I'm not going to Reunion until I have another land to discard. So for now, we just got to chill. It's not like they have a bug. They don't have an engine going. Well, now. That's an 8/8. Now we have a game. The Blade Banish is in, right? Okay, well, them attacking makes it not a decision. We're going to cycle Fox, see what we get. Hopefully we'll draw Blade Banish, but if not, Raking Claws gives us a choice. That's one of the cards I was thinking of. So I can block the 8/8 and Raking Claws. It still has Trample, so I'll still take 8 and go to 4. Or I can eat the 2/4 here. Four, 6, 8. I go to 4. This is an 8/8 Trample. I either go to 2 or to 4. I mean, that is the scary card. It's not so much about the 2 or 4 life. It is that I really do want to deal with the 8/8. Yeah, if I knew I was going to draw that, I would have just ate the 2/4. Okay, so we're really getting hurt by not having one more planes. I can Reunion and discard Mountain and Swallowhole. I can play Loris, but I can't play anything from the yard. All my cards, I don't have Drana Stinger. They're all healers and foxes. I guess if I draw planes, I can play Loris and Fox. This is pretty bad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Get them for 3 with lifelink. I do die if they steal it then. If their last card is to steal a card. I'll be at 7. They'll take Loris and hit me for 7. I guess that's better than not doing it. Need to put it on an untapped land. Oh, I guess the program should do that automatically. This was a great game. I don't know if I'm going to win or lose, but it was a great game. I mean, the nice thing about this play is if they don't kill me or the Loris, then I get to untap and start playing my white cards. The bad thing is I take lethal to Tentative Connection. Sigh. Really needed 1 planes that game to win. I think that was the right play, though. Because otherwise, if I Reunion, I can't block either of their 2 creatures with Loris. So, I mean, I have to find something off the Reunion to do. I mean, if I find a planes, I can play the Loris and the Fox. But then if they steal the Loris, I'm dead anyway, right? Fox chumps Loris, I take 4 and go to 4, and I'm at 4, not 7. I have outs, obviously. I could draw off Reunion. But it's not like if I just find a planes, then I have a better line. I have to draw like a Friendship or an Arrow or something that stops the board. So I think that was the right play. I could beat Connection. If I Reunion and I draw just like Divine Arrow, I beat Connection. I had 1 Forbidden Friendship, which beats Connection, I think. Yeah, they take a 1/1, then I can chump a 2/4 with a 1/1 and take 3. So I had 2 outs in the 3 cards. If I Reunion, I could draw Divine Arrow or Forbidden Friendship to beat Connection. But I can't just draw planes. I have to draw either Divine Arrow or Forbidden Friendship. But I do see 3 cards. Nah, no more. I'm calling it a night now. But I'll be back on tomorrow. More drafts, unless I actually do have an ear infection. I have been having this pain back here, but hopefully it'll go away by tomorrow. But either way, I'm going to call that a night right now. I was happy with everything until that last match, but I feel like I should have been able to win that. But it was epic. Sometimes it's being results-oriented. Friendship does beat it, because I make 2/1s. If they connect one of them and attack with all 3, I chump block a 2/4 and go to 1. But then I get a 1/1 back, and then I can probably just go like Loris and a white card out of my yard, because I already cast the Reunion. So then, I mean, I'm at 1, but I'm stable with the Loris in play. And I can play Healer out of the yard. I think if I drew Arrow or Friendship off Reunion, I could beat Tentative Connection. So, and I did have about, what, an 18-card library, and I'm drawing 3 cards. So I'm not sure if that play was right or wrong. Whether it was right to lose to Connection by playing Loris and giving it haste. I mean, there is a lot of upside there, too. If they don't have Connection, it's really good for me. I get to untap with Loris, and then I get to play Healer out of the yard, Fox out of the yard, and so on. So, I mean, it was a close play. I'm not sure whether I should have cast the Reunion or cast the Loris and give it haste. I think it was genuinely a very close situation. My gut was to cast Reunion, but I think it was super close, and I don't really know which was right. I agree that, like, it's not like, oh, you should play around Connection if you're on a 1-outer once. The thing is, I had at least 2 cards. I can't think of anything else at the moment. We can look at my deck real quick. I think I had, those were my only 2 draws that would have beaten Connection. I had Divine Arrow, and then I boarded in both Friendships, and I played 1. Yeah, nothing else is relevant. I mean, I could find them off cycling also. I had like 5 or 6 mana, so it's actually better than that, because I had like an 18-card deck or so. I draw 3 cards off Reunion, but also I do have enough mana, since Friendship and Arrow are only 2, that if I draw like Cyclers, but I don't draw Arrow or Friendship, I can also cycle once or twice and still pull it up. I think it was a super close spot. But if they don't have it, the Loris play there is awesome, because then I can start playing the white spells and gaining life. So, I don't know. Like I said, I think it was a super close spot. But again, thanks to everybody who hung out as usual. Pretty fun games today. Pretty interesting games today. I can't really complain. Obviously, I'm never going to be happy with a 5-4 record, but it's not that bad. And the games were actually quite fun. I'm going to leave you here with a raid on the Ham TV. That's Kyle Rose, who was mentioned earlier. He's on Magic... Actually, maybe I lied. He's on Magic Online drafting War of the Spark, it looks like. I assumed, now that there's humans on Arena, he would probably go on Arena.
Of a major comeback.
I got you, I don't really want to leave you on Magic Online.
Yes! Amazing!
So,
a surprise save from Hungry Box's mother.
Your moves were a little bit offside. You must be hungry.
I'm going to raid Voxy. She's on Arena, because Magic Online hurts her eyes, too. And I will be on tomorrow at 3 unless I get sick.
Yes! Let's go! Victory! Campbell's Chunky, the soup that eats like a meal.
Sheep still scare me to this day.
Have a good one, everybody.
Underperformed for me, but there is fangs in here as well as a fucking pine cone, but eh.
Fun day as usual. Thank you for your support. Thanks for that, like, sub train, that, like, hype train. I didn't know what was going on. Twitch was just flashing all this stuff at me. It was pretty cool. Appreciate all the support for my stream.
What do you mean by again?
And now I'm going to raid Voxy, because she's on Arena drafting and not on Magic Online drafting War of the Spark.
How are there still people that don't know
also
the sheep story?
She's
I tell it once a month.